Good morning. The meeting scheduled for September 28, 2023 for the Committee on Rules and Judiciary has been called to order. I would like to say good morning to my colleagues and any non-committee members. I would like to say good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, testifiers, the listening and viewing audience, legislative staff working this meeting today, and of course, my staff. Firstly, I would like to continue to offer my support, encouragement to our youth and teachers of St. Croix for their protests regarding the working and learning environment they've endured. As a legislator, I own my part in the disconnect. I spoke to the governor and the commissioner of education, and they are addressing the low-hanging fruit, providing fans and air conditioning units to the schools in need. And yes, we had other problems in another school yesterday, and that school is closed, and they are addressing that issue. While we discussed the pending construction of new schools and massive repairs, efforts on the horizon, federally funded, I expressed my concern of making the schools as comfortable and safe as possible for our youth and teachers. Again, moving forward, I trust but verify. Today's meeting has several blocks. The first block, we have the governor's nominee, Sandra L. Satori, the executive director appointee for the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission, and Laura Nichols Sams, board member nominee for the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission on the island of St. John District. Block 2, we would hear bill number 35-0014, bill number 35-0074, block 3, bill number 35-0067, bill number 35-0104. In block 4, we would hear bill number 35-0032 with testimony from Supervisor of Elections, Division of Personnel Director, and the Chief Negotiator, Democratic Stair Chairman. Now we are ready to proceed. Madam Clerk, Mr. Clerk, I should say, read the agenda into record.
From the Honorable Senator Diane T. Capot, Chair of the Committee of Rules and Judiciary, to all members, Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Honorable Milton E. Potter, Vice Chairman, Honorable Angel L. Bocals Jr., Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Honorable Marie C. James, Honorable Franklin D. Johnson, Honorable Carla J. Joseph. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary has scheduled a meeting for Thursday, September 28, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to consider nominations and bills. Block 1, Sandra L. Satori, Executive Director Appointee, Virgin Islands Public Service Commission. Laura Nichols Sams, Board Member Nominee, Virgin Islands Public Service Commission, St. John District. Block 2, Bill number 35-0014, an act posthumously honoring and commending Wayne Faxman Adams for articulating and bringing events of historic significance to the people of the Virgin Islands by naming the bridge at the Nadir intersection on the island of St. Thomas, the Wayne Faxman Adams Bridge, sponsored by Senators Alma Francis Heiliger and Marvin A. Blyden, co-sponsored by Senator Ray Fonseca. Bill number 35-0074, an act honoring and commending former Senator Armando Rocky Liburd for his lifetime of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, especially St. John, and renaming the North Shore Road on St. John the Armando Rocky Liburd Drive, sponsored by Senators Angel L. Bocas Jr., Marvin A. Blyden, Carla J. Joseph, and Alma Francis Heiliger, co-sponsored by Senator Ray Fonseca. Block 3, Bill number 35-0067, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Inter-Island Auto Group, LLC, DBA, VIP Quick Lube for improved parcel number 70, Submarine Base, number 6A Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to be used as a new and used car dealership, repair shop, importer of goods, retail shops, store, and for other related purposes, sponsored by Senators Novelli Francis Jr. Bill number 35-0104, an act providing the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Ronian Inc., DBA, Sandcastle on the Beach, to lease plot number 128B, Two Brothers Smithfield and Hesselberg, West End Quarter, plot number 129, Two Brothers Smithfield and Hesselberg, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, sponsored by Senators Novelli Francis Jr. Block 4, Bill number 35-0032, Amendment number 35-300, an act repealing and reenacting Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 2, relating to government employees, eligibility for elected office to allow government employees to run for political office while actively employed unless specifically prohibited by federal or other laws, sponsored by Senator Marie C. James and Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, Carolyn Fox, Supervisor of Elections, Virgin Islands Election Systems, Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel, Josh Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining, Stedman Hodge, Jr., Democratic Stage Chairman. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you proceed with the roll call, please?
Senator Angel L. Bocas, Jr.,
Present.
Senator Bocas, present. Senator Diane T. Capehart, Senator Capehart, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, absent. Senator Marie C. James, Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson,
Here.
Senator Johnson,
Here.
present. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Potter, absent.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have 4 present and 3 absent.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Are there any correspondence to be read into record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Please proceed to read those.
Dear Senator Capehart, from Marie C. James, Esquire, Senator, District of St. Croix. Due to a previously scheduled engagement, I will be late in attending the Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting scheduled for today, Thursday, September 28, 2023, at 9:30 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowetz Legislative Conference Room. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Kind regards, Marie C. James, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. To the Honorable Diane T. Capehart, Chair, from the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Legislative Secretary of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Chairwoman Capehart, please accept this letter as a formal notice that I will be arriving late to tomorrow's Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting scheduled to begin at 9:30 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowetz Legislative Conference Room. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Respectfully, Carla J. Joseph, Legislative Secretary of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of the correspondence.
Thank you. Please mark my colleagues as absent when they appear, then they would be marked present. In our first block, we would now, our testifier is here, our nominee is here, already seated. Just want to let you know, you bring the mic, because the mic is leaning down. You have to make sure you put your name, title on the record and speak loud.
Point of personal privilege, Madam Chair.
Yes, I acknowledge you, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, today is the birthday of D. Hamilton Jackson, a leader, a remarkable leader, and a true advocate for justice and equality in the Virgin Islands. His voice was a voice of the voiceless. He challenged oppression and this oppression systems and advocated for a better future for the people of the Virgin Islands. So I wanted to take this point of personal privilege to wish D. Hamilton Jackson, a fearless leader in the Virgin Islands, a happy, heavenly birthday to him and his family. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. I give thanks for that. I grew up in D. Hamilton Jackson Terrace, known as Red Brick, so I honor him today. Thank you for that. Sandra L. Satori, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, and thank you very much.
Please forgive me. We'll take a quick recess. Thank you. I always forget my housekeeping rules, so at this time I will ask you to raise your right hand and stand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty or perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge and belief? Thank you. You may be seated. And you now may proceed. You may now proceed with your testimony.
Good morning. Honorable Chairwoman Diane T. Capehart, Honorable Senators of the 35th Legislature, and members of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, Vice Chair Senator Milton Potter, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Kenneth Gittins, Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., Senator Maurice James, and Senator Franklin Johnson. It is a privilege and an honor to come before you today. I am grateful for the invitation to appear before this distinguished committee. My name is Sandra Lee Satori. I am joined today here in the St. Croix and the St. Thomas Chambers by my daughter Jendai Satori Collingwood, my comadre Dr. Patricia Morris, loved ones, family, close friends, and my PSC family and supporters. I am honored and deeply appreciative to the chairman and members of the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission for their recommendation, and to the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. for his nomination of me to serve as the Executive Director of the Public Services Commission. The opportunity and experience to serve as Executive Director is humbling. The mission requires a leader with a critical mandate with dual responsibility to serve Virgin Islanders and visitors, as well as to ensure the viability of the power generators, potable water producers, telecommunication providers, solid waste and wastewater servicers, and ferry transportation providers that we regulate. Madam Chair and members of this committee, I first bring you greetings and gratitude from my gracious and remarkable family and loved ones near and far, and also from our esteemed staff and members of the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission. My personal history is deeply forged with the links and chains of our shared ancestral Virgin Islands, Caribbean, and American history. My great-grandmother, Augusta Evangeline Rima Hall Leardam, she migrated to St. Thomas from her birthland of Virgin Gorda in the British Virgin Islands. She gave birth on St. Thomas to one son, Arturo Hall, and two daughters, Adina Hall and Golda V. Hall. Adina Hall gave birth to my mother, Gertrude Patricia Levine White. However, she passed while my mother was still an infant. My mother and her elder sister, Hillis, were raised in our village of Savannah by their grandmother, Miss Gussie, while two of their elder brothers were raised in Jos Van Dyke by their dad on his farm. They both returned as young men to my great-grandmother on St. Thomas. I am the proud mother of one son, Coy, who is head of strategy and operations at Amazon Web Services in Seattle, Washington, and two daughters, Jiteas Willax, a principal radio frequency systems engineer with SAIC in Los Angeles, California, and Jendai Sitori Collingwood, who is an accountant with the CPA firm of Collingwood and Associates here on St. Croix. I am also the sister mom, or Moses, as she has coined it, to Yannick Williams Merrill, who is a mental health therapist and an entrepreneur in Coral Springs, Florida. Madam Chair, because of them, I am. I had the God-inspired opportunity to be raised by a young mother, a great-grandmother, and a stepfather, who, though all came from very humble and modest beginnings, they spared absolutely nothing to provide me with the most affluent life. Affluent not in dollars and cents necessarily, but in culture, adventure, explorations, opportunities, and knowledge. My upbringing met the affluent test because of our strong family and blood ties, as well as a village of love ties. And the maxim was simple back then. All of the adults who encircled and abutted the big yard that I grew up in, and in my case, it actually included every adult in the entire block, they were considered our parents. We walked the neighborhood under the watchful eyes of each adult with laser focus on our well-being. Moreover, the older children in the village acted and treated us as our big sisters and our big brothers. Again, another tier of protection, love, and support in the sanctuary. All of us younger children were everybody's children. My love for learning began at preschool. At the age of 2.5, I attended the renowned Miss Thomas School, which was located around the field, also affectionately known as Hospital Ground in St. Thomas. The school, which was well known for the early education of many notable St. Thomians, was owned and operated by the distinguished Mrs. Louise Vanderpool Thomas and her mother, Mrs. Agatha Adela Ferdinand Vanderpool. She was well known as the grandmother to all of their students. Mrs. Louise Vanderpool Thomas is the mother of our retired Superior Court Judge Audrey L. Thomas and her siblings. My love for learning grew in Savannah as I attended the Leonard Dover Elementary School, the Janie Twitt Elementary School, and the Commandant Garda Elementary School. My learning continued as I attended the then Wayne Aspinall Junior High School, which was I attended there the first year that it was established. I attended the Charlotte Amalie High School and the then Nazareth Bay High School, proudly again the first year that it was established. After high school, I left for New York to attend college in the CUNY system. In the early 1980s, I returned to my beloved home in the Virgin Islands to complete my education, and I began a career of service as well at the then College of the Virgin Islands, or CVI, on St. Croix. I was hired as administrative assistant in the School of Nursing in 1982. In that year, CVI commenced the Associate Degree in Nursing Education program on St. Croix. I was very fortunate at that time to be mentored by Miss Ione Armstrong, professor of nursing, who hailed from Frederiksted. Later, I served with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, initially within the Office of the Commissioner, before transferring into the Office of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning as an associate planner. In that capacity, I worked on researching, mapping, and writing several community, historical, coastal development, and zoning recommendation and land use reports. One of the noted accomplishments of my tenure at CZZP includes being a team member in the planning, development, and drafting of the first Virgin Islands Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan. In spite of my love for my service at DPNR, accepting a position at the PSC afforded me a much greater challenge career-wise and personal growth, with a focus on care for Virgin Islanders. But for this move, I would probably not be here addressing this distinguished committee today. My tenure at the PSC has a mixture of experiences, including the growth of the Commission. The PSC has come a mighty long way since its establishment in 1965. The Commission began back then with 2 staff members and regulatory authority over port functions such as lighterage and wharfage. Today, the PSC has emerged as an organization with the principal mission and oversight to ensure that corporations and complex public authorities provide reliable services and facilities to Virgin Islanders. Our increased population, economic activities, and reliance on complex and interwoven utility services make that simple office back then impossible to imagine today. In April of 1996, the then executive director, himself a former senator, Mr. Patrick N. Williams, hired me as the single administrative official here on St. Croix to mediate and resolve repairs complaints, to compile data for utilities reports, and to perform public relations, among other duties. Importantly, I acquired my knowledge of the PSC inner workings under the tutorage of notables such as Alexander A. Peterson, Sr., Esquire, Keithley Joseph, and most recently, former Senator Donald G. Dux Cole. In the business of the Public Services Commission, education on public utility regulation is key. Hence, I served as a member of the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissions on the staff subcommittees on telecommunications, staff subcommittee on international relations, and staff subcommittee on consumer affairs. I am also an alumna of the Institute of Public Utilities, studying the annual Regulatory Studies program for regulatory professionals, and that was at the Michigan State University. I have represented our agency at the Organization of Caribbean Utility Regulators, or OCUR, at several of its annual conferences. These gatherings present an opportunity to share and to learn regulatory best practices specific to the Caribbean. At its 4th annual conference in Grenada in September 2006, I gave a presentation there of best practices on regulation of the wastewater sector. In the early 2000s, I worked along with our then commissioners and staff to host our regional Mid-Atlantic Conference of Regulatory Utilities Commissioners, or MACRUC. The conference promotes the region-wide advancement of public utility regulation and the related regulatory, legislative, and policy interests of its members. The organization did not only highlight the Virgin Islands, but brought a wealth of lessons learned and experiences to the growth of the PSC. To this day, we still receive raving reviews and compliments from macro commissioners who attended that conference. In 2016 to 2017, I served as the hearing examiner on the PSC docket 661, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority's application for septic waste disposal fees. In this capacity, I scheduled and conducted public hearings, compiled data, investigated and reviewed technical reports, and rendered recommendations supported by the data and the record to the Commission. As written in the Virgin Islands Code, the Public Service Commission holds a clearly stated mandate. Every public utility doing business within the Virgin Islands is required to furnish service and facilities reasonably safe and adequate in all respects, just and reasonable. The mission is of paramount importance to our Commission members, our personnel, and to me. More so, I recognize the expertise at the PSC to thoroughly perform reviews, investigations, and decision-making. This ability ensures that Virgin Islands ratepayers and our regulated businesses receive their promised services. I take this responsibility seriously and believe in our legislative mandate of fairness and due process for all of our stakeholders. As a lifelong Virgin Islander, I live the nexus of utilities issues that often trouble our territory. But that's not all. I have been on the receiving end of less than quality service, increased billings, and at times unfair practices. I counsel our team to leave no stone unturned to provide the best possible representation on behalf of those that we serve. There is a broad consensus in our territory on the ever-escalating issues impacting our public utilities, ratepayers, as well as the public utilities themselves. And though it is not always evident, important progress is being made to transform the provision and delivery of public necessities. We are increasing training to our PSC staff on specific issues of interest. However, much more needs to be done. The solutions as we see daily grow more complex as well, as we strive to get to greater resources of renewable energy, management of waste reduction, and affordable and reliable trans-islands transportation. Give me the opportunity to continue to contribute and manage the success of the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission. A monumental task lies ahead. As the Virgin Islands Public Utilities experience technological changes and the effect of global warming, we too at the PSC need a change manager to meet the needs of our communities, to improve performance, balance growth, and advance the resilience of our PSC team, our people, and our critical infrastructure. As the executive director, my primary responsibility is to manage the PSC staff and functions and carry out decisions of the Commission. The mandate of the PSC is to ensure that Virgin Islands residents and visitors have access to reliable and cost-effective public service. PSC functions include overseeing and directing both executive and administrative operations, as well as advising the Commission on regulatory issues and concerns critical to the public service that we regulate. In addition, the executive director creates processes to eliminate barriers and to qualify decision-making in the delivery of fair and reasonable rates for services within our jurisdiction. I earned 3 university degrees while holding full-time jobs and raising my children. This required working days and nights and attending classes at night and vice versa. I've also attended classes during the day and worked in the evening for several years. I mention this because life is always a juggling act, which calls for prioritizing tasks and assignments, activities, and meeting deadlines. While we often talk about balancing our workload, management activities, etc., it is really more like juggling our duties and responsibilities to attain the best outcome. Over the last 20 years, I've effectively co-managed the Public Services Commission. I have mentored, coached, and trained numerous staff members who have themselves moved up the ranks of our organization and/or successfully advanced to other agencies or corporations. I have developed policies, and I am currently, with cohorts in our organization, drafting and developing standard operating procedures and processes aimed at improving our systems and our services. My short-term goals include continuing to be a more impactful thought leader in utility regulation, aimed at crafting quality functional content for stronger internal and external communication, to provide practical tools and systems to increase and improve productivity for our personnel, our members, our utilities, and our ratepayers, and to develop a common message and voice that will demonstrate improved performance and increase public visibility. My longer-term goals and objectives for the PSC include increasing coordination between service providers, regulated and unregulated, energy, telecommunications, and waste management to provide greater reliability and cost-effective services. It also includes increasing coordination between agencies to make overlapping areas of concern more effective. For example, permitting to underground projects, leasing for independent power generation, etc. And also, my longer-term goal includes improving coordination with key federal agencies to support our services, such as the Federal Communications Commission and the Department of Energy, as well as the Department of Interior. In conclusion, I wish to acknowledge the many ratepayers and worthy recipients of our services here at the PSC for your continued support of our staff, particularly our consumer utility personnel who review, investigate, and mediate complaints and inquiries, as well as manage public and community outreach programs. They are our frontline who take pride in diligently working on your behalf. We hear from you every day regarding how much you appreciate them. I look forward to representing the highest ideals of what our community and our people expect, and I thank you. Madam Chair, I conclude my statement by thanking you and the members of your committee for the invitation to appear before you. I ask for your favorable consent and vote to continue to lead the remarkable staff and members of the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission and to serve the citizens of the Virgin Islands of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Torrey. At this time, we would move to the St. Thomas Chambers and Miss Laura Nichols-Sams. If you can please stand to take the oath and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated, and you may proceed by stating your name, the position as a nominee, and make sure the mic is close, and you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Laura Nichols Sams. I am the nominee for a commissioner with the Public Services Commission. I'd like to say good morning to the Honorable Senator Diane Capehart, members of the Committee on Rules, the Judiciary, members of the 35th Legislature, the viewing and listening audience. I would also like to thank Governor Bryan for his confidence in allowing me this opportunity to serve our community. I would also like to thank everyone who offered me assistance and showed me their support. It really means a lot to me, and thank you. My name is Laura Aline Nichols Sams. I have been a resident of St. John in the U.S. Virgin Islands for 26 years. I am self-employed and have been self-employed for 23 years. I was born in Washington, D.C., and received a bachelor's degree in business and management at the University of Maryland. My father, James Burrell, who's one of the most talented musicians I've ever encountered, taught music in St. Croix and in St. Thomas during the 1970s. He is the reason that I am proud to call these islands my home. One of the things I am passionate about is using my skills to help my community become the best that it can be. I'm passionate about operating a successful business, cooking, volunteer work, teaching, reading, and traveling. I look forward to becoming a commissioner of the Public Services Commission. Our utility companies are the backbone of our community. To be perfectly frank, when these utilities falter, our daily routines come to a screeching halt. The Public Services Commission creates a bridge between the utility providers and the consumers. This bridge ensures the providers receive fair compensation for their services and holds them accountable to their commitments to our community, while ensuring our customers pay a fair price for these services on an ongoing basis and are provided full disclosure of the services they receive. As a commissioner for these services and as a business owner, I thoroughly understand the importance of ensuring customers are satisfied and receive a high level of service, and businesses are efficient and profitable. For our ferry services, it is important that the owners earn enough money to offer these services that they can afford to pay themselves and staff a living wage, maintain their vessels in an efficient and safe manner, while making a reasonable profit. This being said, the general public should enjoy timely, sanitary, and safe services at affordable prices. And I do mean affordable prices. Our Water and Power Authority has always been plagued with controversy for various reasons. As a commissioner, I relish the opportunity to see more of a modernization of our systems and provide additional clean, renewable energy sources at an affordable rate, thus improving the fuel levelized energy adjustment clause. I would also like to challenge our providers to explore the possibility of reducing operating costs by operating in a more efficient and cost-effective manner, thus lowering these additional costs to their customers. When doing this, it is important to cross-train their current employees to prepare them for new opportunities. I do this with my business all the time. For our telecommunication systems in the Virgin Islands, as a commissioner, I will create relationships with providers via Broadband, VI Liberty, and any other company coming into our territory to ensure that their service to our community is stellar. I'm also looking forward to monitoring the progress of a recent award Broadband VI received to build a new high-speed fiber optic network over the next 5 years and to keep the public involved throughout the company's progress. Our Waste Management Authority has one of the toughest roles to play in our community. Just look at what we're up against right now. No one wants to discuss our trash or wastewater, especially when it leaves our possession and just magically disappears into thin air. Virgin Islanders, we need to open our eyes and become a catalyst in assisting this authority. I will see that the authority keeps growing their recycling efforts in the territory, and I look forward to working with them to ensure the public receives a high level of service while being supportive of the needs of this vital organization. In closing, I think the most important thing you should know about me is that I love a challenge. I'm efficient, a hard worker, a good listener, and a dedicated problem solver. I'm also a true believer that knowledge is power. As a business owner, I create memorable moments for my clients every day because it brings me joy. And as a consumer, for my service providers, I demand the best quality of service and fairness in pricing. Thank you for this opportunity. And at this time, I would like to entertain any questions anyone has. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols Sams, first I want to say thank you for your persevering in your time and grief and commitment to your willingness to serve. I would like to extend my condolences to you and your family and on the passing of your mom. So thank you for being here today. I want to say thank you. You're welcome. I just want to say thank you to the two nominees before us today because I always encourage individuals when the governor asked you to serve on boards and commission and you have expertise, you have knowledge, please step up to the plate because there are a lot of boards and commissions in the Virgin Islands that positions need to be filled. So I want to say thank you for your willingness to serve. And at this time, this is when I would entertain my colleagues for a line of questionings. And the order would begin with Senator Bolkes, Senator Potter, Senator Johnson, and then myself. So at this time, what I want to ask before I go to my colleagues is, Ms. Satori, you have mentioned, and I know that you have been a government employee in the Virgin Islands government for some time. You've served in many capacities that provides you the expertise and knowledge to work in the Public Service Commission. As you know, the territory has been facing a lot of issues as it pertains to our public water. Can you tell me how, as a director, if you are then placed in this position, what is going to be your first goal in trying to regulate and make sure that that infrastructure is improved?
Thank you for that question. Actually, we have already begun discussions both with the Water and Power Authority Executive Director and officials in order to ensure that more is done in an expedient way to provide potable water. Potable water meaning water that our customers can use, that they can use for everyday life, washing, cleaning, consuming, drinking, and that is not possible right now for many of our ratepayers in the western end of the island. We hear from these customers every single day, and so we are working with the Water and Power Authority to ensure that they expediently move in but in actually providing safer, cleaner, potable water for the residents. We have engaged in those conversations already. We are working on solutions. We're not just working on long-term solutions such as the pipes that are being dug right now and installed in the western end of the island, but in timely solutions, ways in which we can serve the customers right now with usable potable water that they can use, that they're literally paying for.
So, as you're saying this and you're talking about solving the problem, what about temporarily to provide, say, water trucks in those areas that have brown water that I would be scared to use it? I would be scared to wash my dishes with it. I would be scared to bathe in it. What that's a short-term resolution. Is there any conversation being had about that?
That is exactly the conversation that we're having with the WAPA officials right now. We are looking for fast resolutions to the problems. And hopefully, we're hoping that the Water and Power Authority will heed many of our recommendations and the discussions that we're having right now for solutions to those ratepayers in that area. Let me also say, because I don't want some of the other ratepayers on the island to believe that what I'm saying is that it's only the ratepayers on the western end of the island that are experiencing this. We also getting many calls from customers east of Mid-Island. We're getting customers on the east end of the island who have filed not complaints but inquiries with us regarding resolutions to the brown water, the water that has an odor to it. And again, we are currently engaged in discussions with WAPA to find immediate solutions to those problems. And yes, trucking water is one of the solutions that's available to the authority. And, you know, installing different water containers in the Frederickstead area and perhaps in Mid-Island is another way of resolving that situation, but that is the conversation we're having with them right now.
Yeah, so Ms. Satori, I know and I've heard this conversation before, like our infrastructure has aged out and there needs to be a replacement of old pipes. So is that part of that repair and addressing that problem, repairing that whole infrastructure?
That's correct. That is exactly what the authority is engaged in right now. They are literally digging the trenches and so on to lay the pipes. However, as you pointed out, that's more or less a long-term solution, and it does not give any comfort to those customers, you know, on the island who are experiencing the brown water right now. Again, you know, this is water that the authority has a mandate to provide to our customers. That is not being done right now. There are many customers who have no alternate sources of water, so they have to make do with the water that they're receiving.
Wow.
And they, you know, they're finding ways to do this. It's not safe, it's not fair, and it's definitely not reasonable.
So I don't like to hog this seat, but one more. So I know the Water and Power Authority came before us some time ago, and I asked about wells. There are wells that WAPA have, and probably you could have conversations as to revisiting and opening those wells to see if we can tap into that groundwater to provide clean water to those residents temporarily. I don't know why they were closed, but if you can inquire about those wells, if that could be also an alternate temporarily. Okay?
Exactly, definitely.
So I will proceed with my colleague from the island of St. John, Senator Bolquez. You may proceed with 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes between the two nominees that are before us today. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to central staff. Good morning to Executive Director nominee Satori, and good morning to Ms. Nichols Sam, nominee for the PSC. I want to start off by saying thank you to the Office of the Governor for providing us with good nominees for these positions. For this position, Ms. Nichols Sam, who I've known for many years. I know that you're going to do an excellent job. You're more than capable for this position. Ms. Satori, I've also known you for many years, and you have been doing exceptional work in our community, and I commend you for all of your efforts. And here comes the bad news now. It's no secret that I am not in favor of that 22% water increase that came around just a few months ago concerning water rates, which is provided by WAPA, who has a private company creating this reverse osmosis the water, so it's provided to the people of the Virgin Islands in our communities. I'm not in favor of that, and I would prefer to see a full-on total assessment of all the water line extensions and equipment of the status of the equipment, the age, and some sort of strategic upgrade plan, because it is no secret that these lines are metal lines and have corroded and rusted throughout the years, and there needs to be a full-on scale replacement. And, without belaboring that too much, my position as a senator, and I'm sure my colleagues expressed themselves similarly, is that this actually is going to become a bigger issue if we don't act now when it comes to that full-on assessment or replacement thereof. Discussions need to be had with, of course, the PSC, the Water and Power Authority, and of course, that is your responsibility and job, and I'm happy to know that both of you ladies are on the ground running, and I look forward to seeing some results in those areas. Now, I would like to ask if you can share your insight with us on how you can work with utility providers and hold them accountable, and of course, the constituents of our community, while maintaining fairness and transparency, especially for the pricing of services for our customers. Like, what are some of the ways that you believe we can make sure that there's that fine-tuned balance, starting with Executive Director Satori and then Ms. Nichols Salmon?
Thank you.
Thank
2
you.
minutes.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. First of all, let me start out by saying that I definitely won't speak on behalf of our commission members. However, as the staff that's responsible for providing information to our commission members, who then, make the best decisions on behalf of our ratepayers and our customers, I will say that much of the decisions let me start with the recommendations. The recommendations and decisions that are submitted to our commission members so that they can in turn make knowledgeable, qualified decisions begin with much analysis and reviews of the documentations provided by our utilities. For example, you spoke about the Water and Power Authority and the decision to offer the increase. The decisions are made based on the law. The recommendations are made based on the law. And so we literally scrutinize all of the information that's before us when we make these decisions. They may not always be the most favorable on the part of the community. However, we always have the ratepayers and the community in mind when we work on these decisions. We're still working to improve the system and to hold the utilities accountable. We have had the favorable support from the legislature in providing us with much more teeth and grip in order for us to do that. And again, we we hold this responsibility very dear and very close to us. And every single decision and recommendations that's made to the commission by the staff is done so with full details and accountability.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. Laura Nichols Sams, Commissioner for the Public Service Commission nominee. I agree with what you just said. I too am in favor of fixing the solution so that it's a permanent one. However, I am sure that trucking water to areas where they need it is a short-term solution, and people need these things right now. It's not something that can be waited on. Just put yourself in their perspective. They're bathing, cooking things in water that could cause so much harm to them. So we need to make sure that they get the water right away, but we do need to look at a long-term solution to fix this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, if I can really quickly wrap up, and I would urge the governor of the Virgin Islands to assist the PSC in this endeavor concerning the Water and Power Authority, because there are ARPA funds available for such things. If this is something that is an emergency related issue, we could try to utilize those funds to try to deal with filtration or replacement thereof. We only have so much time to utilize those funds. So I urge the governor of the Virgin Islands to act upon that as well. Madam Chair, thank you very much for the additional time.
You're welcome, Senator Bolkes. Ms. Nichols Sams, you mentioned in your testimony that I am self-employed and have been doing so for 23 years. Can you let the committee members know what your present employment is?
I am a co-owner of Passion Fruit Chefs Catering Company in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
And I would have to ask, what technical expertise do you bring that would be an asset to this commission? Because you're coming to a commission that is, needed of technical expertise and knowledge. Can you tell us what are the expertise that you would be bringing to this commission?
Thank you. Laura Nichols Sams, Public Services Commission, Commissioner nominee. The expertise I bring to this organization is the fact that I've served on a board before with the safety zone, which is in St. John, it provides services for victims of domestic abuse, of violence. I served as the chairman of the board for one term. My responsibilities included ensuring the organization was in compliance with grants received to partially fund the day-to-day operations, arranging and working with teams to create the 2 annual fundraisers, creating and monitoring procedures used by staff and volunteers that would interact with the public, including victims of domestic abuse, the medical community, the law enforcement community when contacted. And it also includes following up on those procedures. So I am familiar with working on a board before. Also, the technical issues are things that the Public Services Commission provides through training, which I look forward to doing. I really enjoy studying and learning new things. And for my business, I am working with clients on a day-to-day basis as an artist, creating food for them, selling them things, providing services for them, which are things that we do on a daily basis with the Public Services Commission. So the one area that I am looking forward to attending the training that the Public Services Commission offers would make that full circle for me. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would recognize Senator Milton Potter, Vice Chair of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Ms. Senator Potter, you may proceed with 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, Morning, colleagues. A special good morning to Ms. Laura Nichols Sams, who's here before us today on St. Thomas, and Ms. Satori, who is on the Big Island at this moment. I wanted to sort of piggyback Ms. Sams off of what the chair just mentioned. I know that in 2021, the 34th legislature unanimously added new criteria for appointments to certain boards, in particular the PSC and the Water and Power Authority. And they basically said members of the commission must have education or experience in at least one of the following criteria: engineering, power generation, energy or natural resources, conservation, or economics, finance, accounting, public administration, telecommunications or law, solid waste, engineering, solid waste management, water treatment or environmental protection, or computer technology or information system. And I wanted to really give you an opportunity to share with us your thoughts on that. Do you believe that you fit the requirements based on what was the recent amendments to the code? And you can explain to us how you do.
All right. Laura Nichols Sams, Public Service Commission, Commissioner nominee. I have a degree in business management at the University of Maryland. Part of that curriculum was accounting, which is one of the things that were mentioned there. I also took classes to become a legal assistant. So legal research is one of the areas that I studied while I was in college. So I do have some of the recommendations that they do request. Also, I wanted to add too, that when I first moved to the Virgin Islands, we have a St. John Community Foundation. I worked with the Community Foundation. I used to take minutes at the meeting as a volunteer, so I can learn more about what was going on in the community. Another thing that I do, just because I'm nosy and I like to pay attention to what's going on in my community, I listen to the Public Service Commission's hearings that they have in the meetings, because as a consumer, I want to know what's going on. I want to know what the prices are that we're paying, what the current LEAC is for water and power. I want to know how this is going to work. And as a consumer and as a business owner, these things are very important to me and the whole community, and I want to be the voice of that community. Thank you.
Nosiness isn't a bad thing.
I know.
Nosiness is a good thing. And so you are not intimidated in the least regarding the stacks of technical
2
reports
minutes.
that each commissioner is going to have, and you have to do your analysis, your evaluation. So you are comfortable in that environment with that.
Laura Nichols Sams, Commissioner nominee for the Public Service Commission. I look forward to it.
Okay. Thank you very much for your response. Ms. Satori, I had an opportunity to speak with at least one of the former executive directors of the Public Services Commission, who you worked closely with over the years, Mr. Donald Dux Coles. He had nothing but exemplary things to say about you, your abilities, your skill set, etc. So I know that you are qualified, both as far as from an educational standpoint and the fact that you've been engaged in this line of work for many, many years. I wanted to ask you though, is there anything specific that you will do differently or you will approach differently in your role as the new kid on the block, the new leader of the Public Services Commission?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that question. Sandra Satori, nominee to the position of Executive Director with the Public Services Commission. Of course.
30 seconds.
As much as I appreciate the fact I worked under Mr. Cole while he was a member of the commission, first of all, as a senator here in the Virgin Islands legislature, and of course as the executive director of the Public Services Commission. The change in times always require that we accept the change and do things differently. And so, yes, I look forward to increasing and improving the technology, productivity of the Public Services Commission as we continue to move forward into a more complex type regulatory environment. We are, in fact, within the last few months, engaged in training and retraining of our personnel and of our staff. We're engaged in
Time.
cross-training of our professional staff as well. We have afforded our staff members as recently as earlier this month to attend conferences with our national organization on cybersecurity, as that is one of the most impending processes that's affecting our utilities right now. And so we are moving forward headstrong into requiring specific and newer information from our authorities and our public utilities, ensuring us that they are prepared and ready for, cyber issues, climate change issues, and these are things that we will be moving forward with to our utilities that we're regulating, and to ensure that our ratepayers receive the most up-to-date performance as well as reliable service. Our staff members and our personnel are ready to engage in preparing themselves to lead our industry in the future. So yes, there are brand new strategies that will be implemented in our agency as we continue to improve the service that we're mandated to provide.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If I may just ask one final question.
You may conclude.
Thank you. I just wanted to have both nominees respond briefly to the question, what the most significant issue facing the territory with regards to the Public Services Commission, what do you see as the most significant issues affecting us as a territory right now, from the perspective of the Public Services Commission?
Can I start?
Yes, you may.
You can
Laura Nichols
Sams.
Sams, Public Service Commission Commissioner nominee. That's a loaded question. There are a lot of things that I feel like we need to really focus on in our community. One of the things that's really important to me is renewable energy. We have so many opportunities that we can turn this whole thing around by really focusing on that. So that's very important to me. Waste management. We need to figure out recycling here. And I commend our Waste Management Authority on their procedures to do recycling. They just put up new signs and stuff at the dumpsters in St. John, which made me very happy. But these are things that are so important. We have tourists that come here every year, and you would be amazed how many plastic bottles of water, liquor bottles, you name it, that go in our dumps every year. This is too much. We need to figure this out. That's all.
Absolutely.
And there are more, but I'll just stop there.
Thank you. That's good enough. Ms. Satori?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I can look at every single one of the utilities that we regulate and outline very strong issues that require our immediate attention right now. And these are things that we're looking at. But I'll just point to issues regarding our Water and Power Authority. We spoke about the portable water that is not so portable to our customers right now, but we also have other impending issues such as with that utility, such as estimated bills, for example, that is impacting many of our ratepayers. Again, the PSC is diligent and at the forefront of this particular issue. One of the things that we've zeroed in and focused on is how long will it take for the utility to continue to estimate our customers' bills, and what can we do about it again immediately? To this end, we have engaged with the Department of Energy, where we have a fellow that started working with us this month, September 8th. She'll be with us for exactly 1 year. Her position here with us is 100% paid through the Department of Energy, and she will be helping us to identify specific issues that the Water and Power Authority has had with the AMI system that we are told is one of the reasons for the estimated billing. And so we intend to take a deep dive into that particular matter. We're going all the way back and investigating the issues that the authority has had with the AMI system and how we can resolve that issue so that customers no longer receive estimated readings, which is illegal and unlawful right now in the Virgin Islands. So as I said, there are many very big issues that I can pinpoint with each of our utilities that we are working on simultaneously. However, if you were to ask me what one of the biggest issues is the estimated bills that our customers continue to unlawfully receive.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments, Ms. Satori, as well as Ms. Sams. And thank you very much for the leeway, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. First, I would like to ask Madam Clerk to please mark Senator Marie C. James, committee member, as present. And I will acknowledge you for points of personal privilege.
Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers, nominees, and everyone in the room and everyone listening. Thank you for this point of personal privilege. I, first of all, want to let the public know that yesterday the Commissioner and I were able to meet with the students of St. Croix Central High School and St. Croix Educational Complex. We spent 2.5 hours at each site meeting specifically with those who protested and those on the student council. And what it revealed to me, I had extended an invitation to them to come to the legislature to testify. And what it revealed to me is that it's important that we extend a platform to those students so that they understand how schools are funded. I spoke to Senator Fred Gregory, who is the chair of the Finance Committee, and we're going to do a joint session for those students so they understand how schools are funded, the role of the Education Department, the role of the Board of Education, the role of the legislature in the process. But I do want to commend the students. I told them that their protest was successful because their voices were heard yesterday. And I want to thank Ms. Jamila Russell from Legislature's Senator Donna Fred Gregory for quickly providing me with information that I needed. And I also want to share, correct one misinformation that the students had, and that is the Office of Marie C. James we did do a walkthrough. I need the public to understand that there's too much misinformation going on in this community. And at times when I'm working hard, I forget that the public sometimes quickly rumors, mele, rule around, and they never get the correct information. So I wanted to correct that this morning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Marie C. James, who is the chairperson of education. Even though that this is a rules meeting, I understand the need to inform the public because these children of St. Croix have been on the forefront talking about improving their learning environment. And I trust that everything would be improved and we would create a clean and comfortable environment for our students and teachers. Thank you. Senator Johnson, you may proceed with 5 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I want to start off by saying thank you to these two ladies who are offering themselves up for service, Ms. Sandra Satori and Ms. Laura Nicholas Sams. It's not an easy task offering yourself up for service, but I want to start off by laying a question with Ms. Satori on page 9 of your testimony. You said, and though it is not always evident, important progress is being made to transform the provision and delivery of public necessities. And I must say, the ratepayers at times feel that they have no support from agencies. What plans do you have in store to support these individuals who deliver service? In other words, I think you've been there some time, and I think we started out talking about WAPA, the big elephant in the room, and coming forward to the PSC asking for rate increase. And I'm like, it's a two-part question. What plans do you have in place to try to hold WAPA more accountable? And when they came for that increase, did they speak to you guys about line loss? Because it was very disheartening to see them asking for increase. But at the same time, I could recall reaching out to them in regards to a water leak that was at the Anna's Hope area. For the entire year, I realized they just got it fixed within the last 2 weeks. So what are your plans to try to bring more of what you guys saying that you have in the making to the forefront? And what plans you have to hold WAPA more accountable for the dirty water, the not, going out and reading meters, because it's law and they're totally in violation. Continue estimating, and the sad part about the estimation, they're pretty much cutting people if they don't fulfill their obligations with these estimations. So what are some of the plans that you have in place, if you may?
Thank you so much for that question, Senator. Line loss is not an issue that we have not been working on for a very long time. As a matter of fact, this was one of the concerns that we raised at the last meeting that we had earlier this month with the Water and Power Authority. The reality of the water line loss, because there's also line loss, that occurs on the electrical side as well. The reality about the line loss on the water side is that it is increasing. It is not only increasing, it is exponentially much, much higher than the average rate. We're experiencing line loss exponentially higher than the average rate. This is something that we did discuss with them. This is something that we will continue to give greater focus to. We're going to be out there investigating the situation ourselves, meaning our staff will be out there investigating the line loss situation. And we definitely will be making our findings and reportings available to the members of the legislature here. But I thank you for that, because a lot of times we don't always get the right questions asked. We don't normally get questions about line loss.
1 minute.
This is a very, very serious issue that is costing our ratepayers as well as the utility a whole lot of money. It is very expensive, line loss is. Someone has to pay for it, and ultimately it is the consumer, me, you, everyone within the sound of our voices. And so this is something that we have recommitted to investigating and finding solutions to. So I really thank you for that question.
And then I want to also go in line. I don't know if you have been receiving calls from a lot of seniors have been complaining with some of the phone carriers misleading our seniors and having them change their area code. And now they're being charged with these long distance calls. Have you been receiving calls with from any senior or anyone individually
Time.
out there in this community? And what's the plan to meet with these carriers that are pretty much advantaging our seniors by not informing them that they can move to a next carrier and keep the number? Instead, they're telling them they need to accept these changes and doing a different era code.
That's correct. One of the things that I believe most of our consumers in the community are not aware of, and that is our jurisdiction over wireless service. As you very well know, this is a situation that we have not had much inkling into, simply because we had no jurisdiction over the wireless providers and wireless service in the territory. However, by virtue of, I think it's Act number 8471 that was passed by the 34th legislature, that has now enabled us to not just review the complaints or listen to the complaints and go back to the FCC with it, but that has clearly given us jurisdiction over the complaints that our customers have regarding the wireless utilities. Number portability is one of the biggest issue, and again, this is something that was placed at the forefront of our last meeting of the commission. Customers can come directly to us now. They were not able to do this before, but now we do have the jurisdictions, and customers can come directly to the Public Services Commission with specific complaints that they have regarding the practices of our wireless providers. So again, I thank you, but we once the complaints come in, they're not coming in as fast, as rapidly as we would like them to. But once the complaints come in, we do have now the authority to act on behalf of the consumers.
Well, Madam Chair, I just want to do a recommendation and then one question.
You may wrap up. You may proceed.
And what I would recommend to you, Mr. Tory, and just about all government agencies are really lacking in the information being delivered as far as radio ads. And I'm quite sure there's a slew of people in this community don't have a number as to how to make contact with the PSC to file their complaints. And I think a lot of public information needs to get out there. You guys need to be out a little more in the forefront and get the message across that you're here and the service that you deliver and how you can assist them. So some radio time will need to be I can't recall hearing a radio ad from the PSC, and these are some of the things I would urge that you step up and start making some more ads out there so people could get information. And I just have one question for the next nominee, Miss, if I may, Madam Chair, Miss Sams.
You may.
Ms. Sams, you spoke a good bit about waste management and you talk about recycling. Could you provide more details on your strategy for encouraging recycling efforts in the territory and how you plan to work with the waste management department to achieve this? Because it's something that's really lacking. I think St. John is doing a better job than St. Thomas and St. Croix. So can you just emphasize a little bit more into how you go about working with the agency in order to get them to really get more involved in the recycling process? Thank you very much. You could answer that on the chair time. Thank you very much for your leniency, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Laura Nichols Sams, Public Services Commission nominee. Thank you for that question. And you hit on one of the things that needs to be done. We have to get out and let the public know what's going on. That's so important. We need to go where they are, events, billboards by the dumpster, things like that, because they don't know and they don't know what to do. And also we have to look at, when we talk about St. John and St. Thomas, we have a ton of rental villas and hotels, and the rental villas, most of them make the people that are staying there dump their own trash. Well, if they don't know what to do with it, they're just going to throw everything in the trash. There's not going to be any recycling done. So things like that, we have to make it knowledgeable and just educate the public and let them know why we're doing this as well so that they become partners in recycling. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols-Sams. For the record, I wanted to provide some clarification. Sandra L. Satori is here before us today as the Executive Director appointee. Ms. Laura Nichols-Sams is here before us for the board member nominee, both of them for the Public Service Commission. So I just wanted to clarify that and let the listening and viewing audience understand there are two different positions for the same organization, which is the Public Service Commission. I'm happy to hear that the Public Service Commission is taking into consideration cybersecurity, because this doesn't only affect, like IRB, Internal Revenue Bureau, that should be on the face front with cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, it's affecting everything. So I'm glad to hear that the Public Service Commission is considering these processes to put in place to protect, and also considering climate change. It's real. We are experiencing climate change. We are not in a unique situation. It's happening all over the world. So I just want to say that I'm happy to hear that the Public Service Commission is considering these issues. Senator Maurice James, you may proceed with 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you read my mind, because I was going to speak to, and I guess I still can with Ms. Satori, to explain the difference between being the executive director and a member. So when you said that, I said that's exactly where I was going, because sometimes people confuse what an executive director does and what a member, a board member, does. I just want to start, though, by saying that for me, you have my vote, because I know you so long. And we've been engaged in a number of things over the years, and I've always been impressed by your wisdom and your calm demeanor and just who you are as a person. So explain what you do as the executive director once more, and what you don't do because you're not a member of the board.
Exactly.
Okay.
Senator James, for that question. So, as the executive director, I will be responsible for the day-to-day operations of the Public Services Commission. My duties will include managing all of the administrative and executive activities of the Public Services Commission. As a staff person, we're also responsible for investigating, researching, and providing information to the commission members so that they make the best decisions, the best and knowledgeable decisions regarding our public utilities. On a day-to-day basis, of course, we deal with the financial management of the agencies. We review the financial data as well of the authorities. The personnel matters, business matters, administrative matters, and the functions of each and every one of the member of our staff, the organization.
Let me interject and ask, because I saw where you said that you advise the commission on regulatory issues and concerns critical to the public services that we regulate. Citizens or residents come in and make complaints to you. I don't want to really out any specific utility, but where are most of the complaints? What area do they fall within?
That's a good question. It may depend on, for example,
3 minutes.
what island you're on. That would determine the types of complaints that would come in. But for the most part, the complaints that we get largely stem from the Water and Power Authority. That might be because it's one of the larger entities that we regulate as well, the one that impacts the entire territory. So more than likely, our residents as well as our visitors are impacted by the viability of that organization. On St. John, for example, we would get largely complaints regarding the ferry services over there. We may also get complaints over there regarding waste management, depending on the activity. If you are in St. Thomas, if you are in the east end of St. Thomas, particularly right now, you know, the customers that would be hatting up our phones right now would be those that are closest to the landfill.
Right,
You know,
right.
because
yeah.
they're dealing with that emergency issue out there. However, again, for the most part, the complaints that we receive are largely regarding the Water and Power Authority. It's twofold in that sense because many of our customers are impacted by the meter reading situation and estimated bills. We have many customers who come to us daily regarding what they feel are incorrect billings. And then, of course, we have the potable water issue.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that I've gotten complaints. I was actually, once you already said that for you, the estimated bills, that was one of the things I was going to tell you. I have had constituents come to my office to sit and show me their bills and talk about estimated bills. So I'm happy that that's one of your focus areas. I had another question for you, but I just wanted to reach out to Ms. Nichols from the viewpoint of, since I am an ex-official member of the PSC, and I think you know that I believe in knowledge about what you are tasked with doing. And for me, it has been a hurdle, I will admit to anyone, because it is so technical. And of course, I will be taking you up on your offer to visit. But I wanted to find out from Ms. Nichols if she's had an opportunity to look at or attend any of your hearings, look at the law regarding the PSC, and realize how much you're going to have to get into learning about Public Services Commission and utilities. I wanted to ask her that question.
Thank you. Laura Nichols Sams, Public Service Commissioner nominee. Thank you for that question. Yes, I have been. And I've listened to the hearings of the Public Services Commission off and on for a while. I'm always interested in stuff like that. There's a lot of technical items that I know they provide school so that you can learn these things. I'm ready to learn these things. The meetings have been extremely helpful with letting me know what's going on in our community and to understand how we develop the rates for like our LEAC and our tipping fees and things like that. So yes, I've definitely been paying attention for quite a while. And I look forward to this challenge, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torrey. I saw where, you know, what caught my eye on your resume, right, was the fact that, again, going back to the technical nature of this position, and that's just the knowledge that one needs to have. I saw where you had gone to an Institute of Public Utilities. It caught my eye because I'm a reader, I'm a learner, and
Senator, you asked for additional time?
Oh, I'm sorry. You called my time?
But you may wrap up.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay, Mr. Torrey, just wrap it up for me. And with with I lost my thought, right? That's okay. That's okay. It was really about
The regulatory training.
but I noticed that when you went, it was in 1999, and I was just wondering if over the years is the staff educated. That was where I was going. Okay.
Yes, and again, thank you for that question. As a matter of fact, I spoke just now about two of our employees that recently, this month, attended training on cybersecurity. But we also had two staff members who last month in August attended the the public utility rate training as well, which is a 2-week training system that is offered to all public utilities or public service commissions in the nation, as well as throughout the Caribbean, because we do have some Caribbean utilities and commissions that are members of our national organization as well. We had two employees who just went to the rate school one had been there before, and the other, this was their first training that they attended. And what this does is it's an in-depth, again, it's a 2-week training. Staff can do either 1 week or they can do both weeks. It is an in-depth, very highly technical training that they go through, how to investigate and determine rates for the utilities that we regulate. The one that I've attended the first week of that many years ago, but the one that I mentioned in my testimony is actually the school that's offered to all commissioners as well as staff members of the Utility Commission. And this is a broad training that where you learn best practices in each of the industries that we regulate. Again, that is also a 2-week program that can be broken down into 1 week, or you can do the entire 2 weeks. We have been sending staff to those trainings. Sometimes we can do so because we have the funding. Sometimes we have to hold back. But the basis of the training allows for us to keep up not just with best practices, but with improved and new technology as well. This is something that we try to do every single year. We allow different staff members to attend each year so that all of our staff are trained.
That's important. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator Maurice James. Ms. Sandra Satori, who you've been at the PSC, for all the time I know you, that's where you've been. That's not true, I know you at DPNR. But what is really bothering me, I'm a Virgin Islander, so what happens on St. Thomas as it pertains to clean air for those people in the Bovoni area, the people in Anara area that's being impacted. And people get upset with me when I call our, as they call them, landfill. They're actually not landfills. And I wanted to say that if we really take serious note that we need to do this right. So what's happening right now, we need to make sure that Bovoni has a landfill that is lined with compacted clay, plastic liner, a leachade, geotextile mats, a drainage layer, old cell, new cells, gas chambers. These are the things that need to happen because the fire gonna continue burning. So what do you think or recommend for the territory as a regulator at the PSC as going forward? Because, there's so many things that we need to start thinking in a small territory, waste to energy. And these are some of the things I want to see happen, because just imagine waking up or going to sleep and you smelling smoke day in and day out. I'm sure it has some kind of health impacts. So you in this position, Miss Sams, who's applying for the board member, these are things, conversations that I want to hear. I want to see that's happening in the territory. Because St. Croix is not in a unique situation. We have problems where the FAA, talks about you need to move this. But if we think about creating proper landfills, we would minimize a lot of these environmental impacts. So, and I'm sorry, I've probably taken 2 minutes of my time. So, Madam Clerk, if you can start recording my time. For Ms. Sams, I want to let you know that for me, when I think about Rules Committee and nominees come before us for boards and commission, I'm a stickler to, I want to see what strengths you bring to these boards. And sometimes individuals are sent to boards and commission to serve. And I, as I mentioned, I commend, but I'm very concerned because I want to make sure that to review technical reports, to provide recommendation on data and records to the commission, these are my concerns as this technical position as the Public Service Commission. Individuals who want to serve on the WAPA board, we can't just say we're going to put a nurse in WAPA board. We have to look on the strengths and the weaknesses and if this is a fit that we want. So I think Ms. Nichols Sams, you have to, in 2 words, or 3 words, just tell us why, or more than that, tell us why that you think that this position as the board member nominee, you would be contributing and offering to this board, and we would be happy with your performance. I know it's rough, because I look at it as a job interview.
Thank you. Laura Nichols Sams, nominee for Public Service Commissioner. I agree with everything you just said. And I want you all to select someone that's going to be an advocate for this community and to be able to provide the
3
necessary
minutes.
skills that we need for this job. So that being said, I do know that there's training that is available. As a commissioner, I plan on taking full advantage of that. School does not bother me. I love school. And I love learning new things. I'm an advocate reader. I read every day, all day. I'm always listening to a book or learning something new that I didn't learn before. This gives me a great opportunity to do that. I do want to be an expert on different things concerning the Public Services Commission. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Satori, going back to the improvements of our potential landfills, tell me on a Public Service Commission how you would be working with waste management, public works, DPNR to transition to this.
Sure. Let me begin by saying that we have requested, and as we do request and require from each of the utilities that we regulate, to see their 5-year plan. That is one of the documentation that we have requested from the Waste Management Authority that we have not received as yet, so that we can, monitor in the best way possible what their objectives are, what their goals are for, each of the service that they provide, whether it's solid waste hauling or wastewater treatment. In this case, it's the landfill. So we have not seen a report as yet, and we have not been able to forward that to our commissioners as yet, that gives us a
1 minute.
blueprint as to how they're going to treat the landfill, how they're going to improve the activities that's happening out there, and when they're going to do that. In my opinion, though, and I can only speak for myself, I can't speak for our commission members, that is an issue that must be dealt with, not just immediately, but strategically as well. On our end, we will continue to demand such a report so that we can see, on a month-to-month basis, on a year-to-year basis, what are the resolutions that they have in place for improving and treating the landfill, not just on St. Thomas, but on St. Croix, as well as the services that they offer on St. John as well. We're talking about the St. Thomas landfill right now, but there is no insurance or a surety that something like this wouldn't develop on the landfill over here on St. Croix. So that's where we're moving with that. We're going to require, from them, as we've been doing, what their plans are for improving the landfill. We don't know if it requires that they move it, that they expand it, that they extend it. But those are the things that we are actively looking into with the Water and Power, not with the Water and Power Authority, with VI Waste Management Authority. And I'm sure Senator James can support that, exactly what I am saying. They have to indicate to us and show us what their blueprint is for the landfill. How they're going to assure us that we won't be seeing, more of the fires that are happening out there. We can recommend, situations and tools that they can use, but we first have to find out where they are. What are they doing out there? We have not been getting that type of reporting from them as we should. We are engaged right now in remedies to getting that information from them as we should. And I'm very sure that within short order we'll be before this body indicating what those remedies are, etc. But that's where the Public Services Commission is going with that issue out at the landfill.
Okay, well, I look forward to changes.
Point of information.
Points of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just wanted to ask Mr. Torrier if PSC have a public relation officer on board.
Yes, we do. We have a communications manager on board. As a matter of fact, the PSC has been over the past, let me say, over the past 6 to 8 months, have beefed up our public relations effort. There is a whole lot more that we need to do, and that we are doing right now. For example, we had several, within the last month, we had several pop-up tents or tables at some of the utilities that we regulate, where we had our outreach staff literally out there at the utility speaking with the customers and offering the utility customers information regarding the PSC and how they can resolve, whatever issues the ratepayers may have with that utility. But just to answer your question, yes, we do have a communication manager on board at the Public Services Commission.
Well, my recommendation is to make sure they get out there, because just about all government agencies are lacking delivering information. Everybody believes that Facebook and the internet does more than radio. Trust me, radio does a lot. All right, so thank you. I wish you well in your endeavors.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Colleagues, this has concluded our first round of questioning If you have any burning questions for us for a second round, I would allow 2 minutes, starting with Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask, you highlighted, Ms. Nichols-Sam, you highlighted the importance of timely, safe, and affordable ferry services between St. Thomas and St. John. And as a commissioner, what steps would you take to encourage those outcomes and ensuring that the ferry companies or operators operate sustainably and maintain their vessels?
Thank you. Laura Nichols-Sams, Public Service Commissioner nominee. First of all, I think it's important to, let's look at the organization. Now let's look at the cost they have to bear. One of the things that we have to look at is a lot of the ferries that are operating on these waters are very old. They don't have a lot more life left in them. Okay, so we need to make sure that we have something that's going to be operational and that's not going to leave us stranded in the middle of the water. We know these ferries are very expensive and they're going to need help soon in getting new ferries. So that's one of the factors that we have to look at. We also have to look at fuel costs. We have no control over fuel costs. And if the fuel costs go up, they're going to have to put fuel in these. So prices may have to go up because of that. So these are just two important factors. Staffing, people need to get paid a living wage. If they can't pay that, you're not going to have any workers. You need to do that. We can talk about insurance. We can talk about other things that they may want to offer their employees. And at the end of the day, a business has to be profitable or we won't have these ferries. Okay, then we have to look at the other side of the coin. We have to look at the consumers. We have tourists that are complaining how expensive our ferry service is when they have luggage and things like that. Just getting from the airport to St. John, it's super expensive. I think you probably pay between $20 to $30 just taking the ferry with your luggage over. So these are things that we have to look at, and we want to make it affordable for that. Then the people that live here, the people that commute every single day, seniors, I'm one of those, but the people that commute every single day, they need to be able to afford it. You know, a lot of jobs don't pay a lot of money. So when you take out that transportation cost too, we have to make sure we're taking care of the people in the Virgin Islands. So looking at all those things, these will be the things that I would look at in determining like what is a fair cost.
Okay, thank you for that. And I appreciate how you eloquently illustrated that, because you definitely went and built a framework around the issue concerning all of the different aspects that have to be taken into consideration when making decisions of this caliber. So I appreciate the way that you illustrated that. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Bolkes. Senator Potter, you may proceed if you have any questions. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask you, Ms. Sams, what motivates you to serve on the PSC? And can you describe your understanding of what your role and responsibility will be once you're confirmed by this body?
Thank you. Laura Nichols-Sams, Public Service Commissioner nominee. What motivates me is this is my home. I live here. All these services that we're sitting here talking about today, they impact my life and yours as well. That's my motivation factor. And also to make sure that our community is getting the best service we can possibly get and getting a fair service, fair pricing, things like that. That's very important to me. Also, I'm a business owner and I like making a profit with my business. So I totally admire these companies for stepping up, creating these businesses for our community so that we can take the ferry back and forth. We can have cell phone services, you know, with us all the time. We can have electricity in our homes. These are very important. So I want to make sure that these businesses are profitable. These are the things that motivate me. I I enjoy doing things in our community. One of the things that I love to do is I do a lot of volunteer work. And one of the volunteer things that my company does is I love the seniors in the community. We do special dinners for the seniors in St. John where I want to focus on health. And these are things that you should be eating. I want to keep you here longer, things like that. We try to do this 1 or 2 times a year. I haven't been able to do it. My husband passed away this year, but I just had to put things aside for a moment. But these are things we like to do a couple of times a year for the community. So being a commissioner for the Public Services Commission, this gives me an opportunity to educate myself more on what's going on in our community as far as our utilities are concerned, and to be a part of making these decisions to help our community. Thank you.
What do you see your specific role and responsibility as a member of this commission?
Laura Nichols Sams.
What is your understanding of what your role is?
Laura Nichols Sams, Public Service Commission. I see several roles. Like I told you all in my statement, I'm passionate about clean energy, things like that. I just feel like if we were to try to slowly move to clean energy sources, that impacts so many aspects of our lives. It impacts the air. It impacts our costs. Our costs are outrageous, things like that. That's very important to me. Gosh, there's a lot. And that to me, that's probably one of the most important things, and making sure that the people in our community are not being overcharged for things. Because I worry about that a lot when we talk about our WAPA bill and things like that. And, you know, the fact that we have one of the highest rates that we pay in the United States, that bothers me. And I want to be there on the front lines looking at how these rates are made and being the person that says, this is right, this is what we should move forward with, this is wrong, we need to stop this. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sams, for your response. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Vice Chair Potter. Senator Johnson, if you have another burning question, you may proceed. 2 minutes.
Just 1 or 2 questions from Ms. Sams. What are some of your short-term goals you would like to achieve if you've been nominated or approved to this board?
Could you repeat? I could not hear you, unfortunately.
What are some of your short-term goals you would like to achieve if your nomination is approved?
Laura Nichols Sams, nominee for Public Service Commissioner. Short-term goals. Short-term goals I'd like to see, first of all, is let's get that fire stop burning in our landfills. I'd like to figure out how this is going to happen, and then looking at how we can prevent it from ever happening again. So that's when we talk about short-term goals. When we want to talk about our transportation services, like the ferry companies, if there's a way that
1 minute
we can look at reducing the costs, especially for the people that live in the Virgin Islands. I feel like what we're currently charging for commuters to go back and forth to the Virgin Islands, because a lot of them do work in St. Thomas, or the St. Thomas people work in St. John, that's a very high cost. So if there's a way we can figure out to lower those costs, but to keep the service at a level that is enjoyable to all.
Can you provide example? Can you example? Because my time is running, I want to just ask 1 more question. Can you provide examples from your past experience, either as a consumer or business owner, where you successfully advocate for fair and balanced regulations or policy in the realm of public service?
Laura Nichols Sams, Public Service Commissioner nominee.
time.
So let's talk about my business. I feel that the rates that I charge for the service that I offer to the public is very fair, although I do want to make a profit. So that's what I do every day in my life. whenever I do see something not right, I am that person that will call and our senators or whoever to say, hey, what's going on with this? We need to make this right. So, I mean, I am a consumer, so I want to make sure these services are fair. So that's pretty much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Senator Maurice James, do you have any further questioning? Okay, so colleagues, at this time we'll take a 5-minute recess. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Rules is out of recess, and at this time, I will entertain a motion for Ms. Sandra L. Satori, Executive Director of the Governor's Nominee Virgin Islands Public Service Commission. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Recognize Senator Maurice James for her motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Sandra L. Satori, that the nomination of Sandra L. Satori for Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission be favorably acted upon by this committee and forwarded to the full body for favorable consideration. I so move.
Do I hear a second? Senator Johnson?
Second.
Okay, properly moved by Senator James and seconded by Senator Johnson. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
The governor's nominee, Sandra L. Satori, has been voted upon favorably and will report out of this committee to the full body for further consideration.
Motion.
Do I hear a motion?
Motion, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the governor's nominee, Laura Nichols Sams, for board member of the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission, St. John District, be favorably voted upon in this committee and forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Objection, Senator. Seconded by,
Second. Senator Potter.
properly moved by Senator Bolkins, seconded by Senator Potter, and objection, Senator Gittins. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
No.
Senator Capehart, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
No.
Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James.
No.
Senator James, nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
No.
Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 2 yeas, 4 nays.
The motion fails. The governor nominee, Laura Nichols Sam, has been voted unfavorably by this committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Colleagues, this concludes block number 1. I'll take this time to hear our nominees. I just have to say, as I mentioned earlier, this is like a big job interview. Sometimes we have favorable votes and sometimes we have unfavorable votes. I just want to say thank you all for your willingness to serve. At this time, Ms. Sandra Satori, I'll give you a short time to give some remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wish to thank the members of the Public Services Commission and Governor Bryan for their vote of confidence and for their nomination as Executive Director to the Public Services Commission. I wish to thank my family and loved ones who are here to support me and who are watching and texting me with their love and support. To my friends, my Soras, of course, to all my colleagues who are watching via social media and sending their love and support and well wishes via text to me. To our PSC family who are in the chambers, both on St. Thomas and St. Croix, thank you so much for always having my back. To the members of this committee, thank you very much for your full support and your confidence. Should I be favorably approved by the committee of the whole, I remain committed to giving my best in service to the citizens and visitors of these beautiful Virgin Islands that we proudly called home. I am grateful for the opportunity to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tory. Before I go to Ms. Nichols-Sams, I want to acknowledge a non-committee member, Senator Javon James. Welcome. I would now recognize Ms. Laura Nichols-Sams, board member nominee for the Public Service Commission, to say a few words.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to congratulate Sandra Satori, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your willingness to want to serve this board, and I hope that the governor will, with your expertise in other areas, that he would ask that you serve on another board or commission. At this time, the Committee of Rules stands in recess for 15 minutes. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. First, I'd like to acknowledge committee member Senator Carla Joseph in attendance. We are now in Block 2, and who speaks to Bill number 35-0014?
I do.
You may proceed.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Oh,
Point of order.
Senator Francis Heiliger.
Point of order.
I want to recognize you. Senator Boquez. I am sorry.
Yes, Madam Chair. Point of
I asked who speaks on this bill. Are you speaking on bill number 35-0014?
No,
No, Madam
Senator
Chair.
Alma Francis Heiliger is.
Okay, so Senator Boquez, you had a point of
order.
Point of order? Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my point of order is concerning the nomination that was before us in the previous block, in concerns of it not moving forward properly. And I wanted to inquire through legal counsel concerning if it was moved forward properly.
Senator Boquez, as per our discussion and long break, we did have advice from legal counsel, and the nominee was moved favorably from first a motion was made to move, a motion was made by you, seconded by Senator Potter, and the motion failed. So the vote was, or the recording was, this motion died, failed, and the governor nominee for the commission, the Public Service Commission, was Norma Nichols Sams, Laura, and has been voted upon unfavorably. It failed. Through the chair to legal counsel. Can I have an opinion, legal counsel? You may proceed, Attorney Fulkerson.
Attorney Fulkerson, legal counsel, assistant legal counsel. So the motion was made to favorably move the nominee through the committee. That failed. What was said on the record was that having failed, that would move on to the body, to the entire Senate for further recommendations.
Is that properly the vehicle for the motion, for that action to move forward to the full body?
I'm going to need a couple minutes to consult with other counsel and to answer the question.
This committee stands in recess. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Do I hear another motion on nomination, Ms. Laura Nichols Sams to serve on the Public Service Commission? Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that the nomination of Laura Nichols Sams to serve as a board member nominee for the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission from the Island District of St. John be voted upon unfavorably in the Rules and Judiciary Committee and be forwarded to the full body for further recommendation. I so move.
Properly moved and seconded, properly moved by Senator Gittins and seconded by Senator Maurice James. May I have a roll call?
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr. Nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
No.
Senator
Sorry, I'm sorry, but change my vote to yes. Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Not voting.
Senator Joseph, not voting. Senator Milton P. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter.
No.
Senator Potter, nay. Madam Chair, you have 3 yeas, 2 nays, 1 not voting, 1 absent.
The measure has passed. The nomination of Laura Nichols Sams to serve on the Public Service Commission was voted upon unfavorably and will be reported to the full body for further action as per Rule 313, Section 7 of the rules.
A point of personal privilege, Madam Chair.
Point of personal privilege, I would have to entertain you after we finish Block 2 because we are really behind, Senator. Senator Joseph, who speaks on Bill number 35-0014?
I do, Senator Alma Francis Eiliger.
Senator Francis, you may proceed.
Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of this territory. I am here to support Bill 35-14. This is a bill that we have worked on for a very, very long time, and it was passed unanimously out of Government Operations, the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. This bill is to honor and commend Wayne Faxman Adams by naming as many of us know it as the Bridge to Nowhere, but it's the Bridge out to Nada. To name it the Wayne Faxman Adams Bridge. So I just want to ask my colleagues to really, really vote in favor of this piece of legislation. For those of you that knew Mr. Faxman over the years, he was an individual that really, really was about the history of the territory. He shared information with the public. He worked diligently to make sure that we were very, very proud of who we are as a people, Virgin Islanders. And, you know, he might have had his struggles, but he was very, very forthright in sharing those struggles with the people. And I was very proud of him for that. And when it comes to dealing with his mental health, he made sure that even though sometimes he had to deal with that, he was an advocate for people that had issues, and as an individual that deals with family members that are going through similar things, I was proud to know Mr. Adams. I just asked for a favorable support. I am not a member of the Rules Committee, and one of my colleagues is going to be introduced moving this piece of legislation on my behalf. I want to also thank Senator Marvin Blyden for signing on, as well as co-sponsor Senator Ray Fonseca, and hopefully other colleagues of mine can also sign on to really, give this individual, even though he's passed away, just some type of honor and remembering him for the great man that he was, the great Virgin Islander, and the individual that always made sure that we remember who we were as a people in regards to our history. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge non-committee members, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., President. Thank you for attending. Colleagues, I will start with Senator Bolkes. We have another, next bill. Who speaks on bill number 35-0074?
I do, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I ask for your support of Bill number 35-0074, an act honoring and commending former Senator Armando Rocky Liburd for his lifetime of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, especially St. John, and renaming the North Shore Road on St. John the Armando Rocky Liburd Drive, sponsored by Senators Angel Bolkes Jr., Marvin A. Blyden, Carla J. Joseph, Alma Francis Heilegger, and Senator Ray Fonseca. I ask for your support on this bill as it aims to honor former Senator Armando Rocky Liburd by renaming the North Shore Road on St. John, I apologize, for his lifetime contributions of education and public service, which deserves recognition. His dedication in improving the Virgin Islands, especially St. John, as I mentioned, his achievements as a legislator and an educator are notably commendable, and I implore you to esteemed colleagues to stand with me and recognize the unparalleled work and legacy of Rocky Liburd. By supporting this bill, we not only commend his impact, but ensure that the spirit of his spirit continues to inspire generations to come. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Colleagues, this is Block 2. You have 2 minutes, and I would begin with Senator Bolkes. Well, since you are the sponsor, would you like to be last?
I apologize, Madam Chair. Which bill are we starting with?
I'm sorry, 350014. So you may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise in support of Bill number 35-0014, which seeks to posthumously honor and commend Mr. Wayne Faxman Adams by naming the Nada Bridge the Wayne Faxman Adams Bridge. Mr. Wayne Adams most significantly contributed to the Virgin Islands through his historical, musical, and intellectual endeavors. He had a lot of dedication in bringing historical facts and events to the people of the Virgin Islands and even the international community. And of course, his efforts deserve recognition. The act not only pays tribute to his remarkable individualism, but it also celebrates the rich history and cultural contributions that Mr. Fax Adams gave to the people of the Virgin Islands. So I rise in support of that bill and look forward to vote in the affirmative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Senator Bolkes. Senator Milton Potter, 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I absolutely rise in support of both items in block number 2. Of course, we had the opportunity to thoroughly vet both bills in the Committee of Jurisdiction several weeks ago. I believe both measures got unanimous approval in the Committee of Jurisdiction. These two gentlemen are men of note, for sure. Wayne Faxman Adams is a contemporary of mine. We both graduated from high school at the same year. He graduated from Charlotte Amalie High School. I graduated from Ivana Eudora Ken. Faxman was a scholar, historian, community activist. He was well known and well regarded. Of course, it's widely known that he had some challenges but he never let that stop him. You know, he was always there. He was on a radio station. He was dedicated to educating people of the United States Virgin Islands in his own way. So at the appropriate time, I will absolutely vote in the affirmative for this honor that will be bestowed upon Faxman Adams. It would be incredible if he was alive to know that this was happening. Of course, Amanda Rocky Liebert, well-known, highly regarded individual, senator, president of the legislature. He passed numerous significant pieces of legislation that still positively impact this community today. There is no controversy whatsoever about renaming the North Shore Road in honor of our very own Armando Rocky Liebert. So I look forward to being one of the first to drive across that drive, the new Armando Rocky Liebert Drive, once this is officially passed. And I suspect that both measures will be unanimously approved by this body. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Welcome, Senator Potter. Senator Franklin Johnson, 2 minutes. Case Senator Maurice James. Senator Novell Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the central staff and senatorial staff, as well as good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm not a member of this committee, but certainly I find the need to be here, and I want to take this opportunity to commend both of the bill sponsors and this piece of legislation, Bill number 35-0014 and Bill number 35-0067. Again, just posthumously recognizing and honoring Wayne Faxman Adams, an individual that made his contribution to the people of the Virgin Islands by, again, providing historical data and information, sharing his ability to conduct research, and just really a good individual that made his way, regardless of what island you found yourself on, during certain events. Wayne Faxman Adams was always sure to be there. I remember even when I was with the Virgin Islands Police Department, that many times I encountered Wayne over in St. Thomas at the Seaplane, where he was readily available to sell a CD with information regarding historical data. I have multiple CDs of him. Some I've never really listened to because he made himself available on the talk shows to a lot of time to provide that information to the public. And certainly I also stand in support of Armando Rocky Liebert, just a true gentleman, an individual that have been an educator, a senator at large, and recognizing his lifetime service to the people of the territory speaks volume. Again, I believe that Armando Rocky Liebert is really a fine gentleman that have made immense contribution to this community. If there was a bridge connecting all three of the islands together, I think that would have really been a good road to name after Armando Rocky Liebert, because he had the opportunity to navigate all three islands over his years and made some significant impact, and he was known by many. So again, at the appropriate time, despite not being a member of this committee, I will be supporting these measures as they move forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I'll proceed with Senator Javon James. 2 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I'm not a member of this committee, but when certain bills of this nature or resolutions of this nature come before us, I try my best to weigh in on the conversation. As far as Wayne Faxman Adams, I recall several times when I was in my first term coming from Seabourn, St. Thomas to St. Croix, he would tell me, Senator, I have a letter for you. And those letters always had predictions. Man predicted I'm going to be Senate President. I said, boy, me know you're going with this, you know. I ain't want that. He predicted all kind of things in the order of which he think the election will go by. And some of them, they were wrong. But at least I was in the 7. But may God continue to bless his soul. In all seriousness, with Wayne Faxman Adams, growing up as a child, we had no choice of which radio station we could have listened to. So whatever my father listened to is what we listened to. And I remember almost every morning listening to him. And I must admit, looking back now, I can understand why I'm where I'm at because of listening to the radio stations. And I must admit, even though some individuals are entitled to their own opinions and not facts, we call him Faxman. So I'm assuming he was right most of the time.
30
but
seconds.
He really loves politics, and I do support this resolution, Bill number 35-0014. And colleagues, he's one of us. You know, he walked through these halls as an employee of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Even though he never became a senator, he walked through these halls. He was an employee. And I was an employee too, and working for the first branch of government is an honor. I hope more individuals would take pride in that. But as far as Bill number 35-0074, I stand in full support of honoring and commending former Senator Armando Rocky Libad. And it makes me wonder what he doing with himself right now. I got to call him. But I stand in support of 2 of these resolutions. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Welcome, Senator James. At this time, Senator Carla Joseph, 2 minutes.
And thank you kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone, especially my colleagues. I rise in support of these 2 pieces of legislation that we are considering today. Bill number 35-0014, which is honoring and commending Wayne Faxman Adams posthumously, as well as Bill number 35-0074, honoring and commending former Senator Armando Rocky Lifebird. I know and knew these gentlemen of caliber well from the St. Thomas, St. John district. First, Wayne Faxman Adams would always greet me respectfully, and we would have really good, in-depth conversation, as well as former Senator Armando Rocky Lifebird. I was an employee here at the legislature when he served as senator, and he was also a teacher at Ivana Udorakan High School, which I am an alumni. So I rise in support and commend the bill sponsors, as these 2 pieces of legislation were vetted last month in the Committee of Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, which I share. I am ready to vote in the affirmative for both measures. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Madam Clerk, you can start with my time. I'm in support of these 2 bills before us in this block. I also had the opportunity of knowing Wayne Faxman Adams from the time I started in the political world. We became acquaintances. And of course, we talked about culture, history, everything. And he was always that individual that would call me. I don't know how he found my phone number, but he did. And would call, and we would talk about all kinds of things. So I think that for the territory, he has always been on the radio stations, bringing different opinions and light on things that happen in the community, even remembering some of our ancestors back in the day who did this and how they need to be recognized on this day. I miss him for these things. But my last piece of entertainment.
1 minute.
of those who went to the St. Thomas Carnival and he sang on that stage. I have that recording, so I would be happy to share that with my colleagues. It was quite entertaining. Senator Armando Rocky Liebert, for your lifetime of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, you deserve this. You've served the people and you served in this institution, so kudos to you. At this time, colleagues, we are ready to proceed with voting on block number 2. So, do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Who's that?
Motion.
Senator Potter?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that bill number 35-0014, an act posthumously honoring and commending Wayne Faxman Adams for articulating and bringing events of historic significance to the people of the Virgin Islands by naming the bridge at the Nada intersection on the island of St. Thomas the Wayne Faxman Adams Bridge. Be favorably voted upon by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second. Bill number 35-0014, properly moved by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Joseph and Senator Bolquez. Roll call.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Marie C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Bill number 35-0014, an act posthumously honoring and commending Wayne Faxman Adams for articulating and bringing events of historic significance to the people of the Virgin Islands by naming the bridge at the Nada intersection on the island of St. Thomas, the Wayne Faxman Adams Bridge, has been voted upon favorably and will be reported out of this full body for further consideration.
Point of personal privilege.
Can we, I would give you a point of personal privilege after the 2 bills have been called.
Motion.
Motion on bill number 35-0074.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0074, an act honoring and commending former Senator Armando Rocky Liebert for his lifetime of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, especially St. John, and renaming the North Shore Road on St. John the Armando Rocky Liebert Drive, be favorably voted upon in this committee and forwarded out to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Bolquez and seconded by Senator Maurice James and Senator Carla Joseph. May I have roll call?
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Marie C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0074, an act honoring and commending former Senator Armando Rocky Liburd for his lifetime of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, especially St. John, and renaming the North Shore Road on St. John the Armando Rocky Liburd Highway. Properly moved and seconded by Maurice James and Carla Joseph. May I have a roll call? Oh, we already did the roll call, sorry. Has been, I'm sorry guys, you know, I've been frazzled. Has been voted upon favorably and passed by this committee, and now will be reported out of the full body for further consideration. Correcting for the record, Armando Rocky Liburd Drive. So I will entertain a point of personal privilege from Senator Carla Joseph, and then I will recognize the bill sponsors for your comments.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My point of personal privilege was in the first block where I voted when I did not vote, and I cast my vote as not voting for Laura Nichols Sam, and that was because I was not here and present to vet her, and also to indicate that I was late because I was attending a funeral for my late cousin, Wilfred F. Tongue. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair, for your indulgence.
My condolences to you, Senator Joseph. If I neglected to mention, please mark Senator Carla Joseph as present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you may proceed with your points of personal privilege.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the members of the Committee on Rules and the Judiciary for passing this piece of legislation that is duly deserving of an individual that has been a very integral part of our community in teaching us so many things. And I was one of those individuals to have been blessed to have known him along with many of us here in this community. I also want to thank them for passing the other piece of legislation that was brought forward by my colleague, Senator Volquez, in regards to honoring former Senator Armando Rocky Liburd. I had the opportunity to work with him here in the legislature as an employee for many years. And the things that he continued to do as a senator, even outside of the legislature on behalf of the people of this territory, was a good thing. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and thanks again to my colleagues.
Thank you. Senator Volquez, you have a point of personal privilege. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I want to thank you all for your vote of support and confidence for both measures, as it is important for us to honor and commend our people. Some of them, unfortunately, are no longer with us. However, it does not preclude us or stop us from being able to do something that would be in their benefit concerning all of the accolades and all of the accomplishments that they have made in our society. So I thank you for your overwhelming support and look forward to getting one step closer to making this a reality. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Volquez. Colleagues, we have concluded block number 2. And we would proceed into block number 3. At this time, this is bill number 35-0067. And who speaks on this? You may proceed, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With your permission, I could go ahead and speak on Bill 35-0067, as well as Bill 35-0104, which is both listed in this particular block. Bill number 35-0067 is an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of Property and Procurement, and Inter-Island Auto Group, doing business as VIP Quick Lube. Again, this business petitioned the Property and Procurement and got the approval for utilization of this particular parcel of land, and they'll be paying to the government of the Virgin Islands $6,000 per month for 10 years, with a total of $72,000, and again, they'll bring in revenues to our coffers. In Bill number 35-0104 is an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of Property and Procurement, and Runcank Inc., doing business as Sandcastle on the Beach, to lease plot number 128B to Brothers Smithfield for business development, and they'll be paying a rent of $300 a month for operation of a tavern, restaurant, hotel, guest house, and a retail shop, and for 10 years, with a total payment of $3,600 a month, and they have a lease agreement for 20 years. I'm asking for my colleagues' support on these two measures that again speak to economic development and bringing additional funding into the government coffers, and it's really a win-win for the people of the Virgin Islands to make sure that these government facilities are being properly maintained and leased, as well as the business opportunities for business owners to be able to carry on their business and be able to earn income and provide services to this community. So please support these two measures and allow them to move forward to the next step, which will be to the full body. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Who speaks on Bill number 35-0104? You spoke about the two of them, sorry. Okay, so colleagues, we would proceed with asking a line of questions. Well, there's no one to ask questions, but if you want to make a comment, to have debate, you are allowed 2 minutes, starting with Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I support Bill number 35-0067, a proposed lease agreement that demonstrates the government's commitment in fostering economic development and business growth in the Virgin Islands. With the 20-year term, an option of renewal, the rent structure and the consumer price index adjustments are reasonable, as well as the benefit to both parties. Approving this lease will not only stimulate economic activity, but also create job opportunities and provide valuable services to the community. So I urge the committee to support this bill and contribute to continued development and prosperity on the island of St. Thomas. As for St. Croix, Bill number 35-0104, the lease term agreements here indicate an initial 20-year term with options for renewal, which are reasonable and conducive of fostering business growth and development in the area. By approving this lease agreement, we can encourage entrepreneurial initiatives and create job opportunities on the island of St. Croix, which benefit the community and the local economy. I urge the committee to support this bill as well, with the broader goals of economic development and job creation on the island of St. Croix. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Senator Milton Potter, you may proceed, 2 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I too rise in support of both leases in this block, in block number 3. Without question, as my colleague who just spoke before me mentioned, it really represents growth and economic development opportunities for the Big Island as well as St. Thomas. Small business development is really the engine that drives our economy, and this is an opportunity for responsible business owners to expand their business, which will provide for opportunities for employment for the people of the territory. And similarly, it will add to more revenues in our treasury. So at the appropriate time, my vote will be in the affirmative for both leases in block number 3, sorry. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Johnson, are you back? Senator Maurice James?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support these two bills, but I want to speak specifically to the one on St. Croix. And the reason that I want to speak to this is because as a real estate attorney, I see numerous cases all the time of encroachments. People encroach by building their property too close to sometimes they build it right over the property line, as was done in this situation. And when you look at what the testimony by Mr. Richardson, he said that a small portion of the beachfront villas, building, fence, and deck have been encroaching on land owned by the government of the Virgin Islands since 1990. So rather than a lease, I think the more prudent way to handle this was to simply sell this sliver, according to my colleague, property to Sandcastle, rather than give them a lease, because there's no way, I think, in now or 20 years later or even 50 years later, we will ask them to remove the building, the fence, the deck that's encroaching on the land. So the best thing to do would have simply been to convey that property to them for a reasonable price, and it would have solved the encroachment and the need to enter this lease for so many years. As a matter of fact, if this was private property, they would have already claimed adverse possession because it's since 1990. But because it's the government, of course they can't. So I support both bills, but we should actually encourage the government to sell this sliver, according to the president here at the legislature, of property to Sandcastle on the beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed, 2 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I rise in support of both leases that are here before us today. In particular, what I like as a seasoned government worker and public servant is that this is bringing additional monies into the coffers of our government, which is needed. First of all, this lease agreement 35-0067 to VIP Quick Lube doing business, Inter-Island Auto Group LLC doing business as VI Quick Lube is going to bring some $72,000 into the coffers of the U.S. Virgin Islands government. We have property, and I am a firm believer of not selling. I'm a firm believer of looking at opportunities to definitely lease if it's available. Now, this other bill for 35-0104, yes, there may have been encroachment issues, but now they have been ironed out. And so the government of the Virgin Islands is going to see an initial rent of $3,600 payable in monthly installment from this business, Sandcastle on the Beach, monthly installments of $300. So I am in favor of both pieces of legislation, especially if this portion of the property is located close to the beach side, to allow us to have continued access to our shoreline. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Points of information, Senator Maurice James.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. There is a building on top of the property. That's why. There's no way, there's no beachfront there. There's building on top of land next to the road. I just need the public to know that. There's no way that Maurice James would be saying to anybody in the Virgin Islands to sell beachfront property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. I am in support of both of these pieces of legislation. I had an opportunity to read through them, one for the District of St. Thomas, other for the District of St. Croix. With both of them, I fully understand the ramification and the financial plus that will be brought to the government of the Virgin Islands, and in exchange, giving individuals an opportunity to help with our economic growth and, flourish their business. So I definitely, when this comes before the full body, as I'm not a member of rules, I will definitely be voting in the affirmative. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. At this time, I would say that I am in support of both of these measures. I've heard them in the Committee of Finance, so I've had the opportunity to speak to both of these individuals for the lease agreement with property between the Property and Procurement and Inter-Island Auto Group. So I have no problems with this. And Bill 35-0104, I too am in support of this lease. At this time, I'll ask Senator Francis if you wanted to have any closing comments on these two measures before us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just again, this measure was properly vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction, and now in the clearinghouse as we move this measure forward. I ask for my colleagues' support and thank them for their commitment thus far in supporting this important measures that add economic development to our coffers. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. I will take a quick recess at this time. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. At this time, I will entertain a motion on Bill number 35-0067. Do I hear a motion?
Motion?
Senator Potter, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0067, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Inter-Island Auto Group, LLC, doing business as VIP Quick Lube or improved parcel number 70 submarine base, number 6A, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to be used as a new and used car dealership, repair shop, importer of goods, retail shops, store, and for other related purposes, be favorably voted upon by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the committee to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Do I hear a second? Properly moved by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Gittins. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.,
Yeah.
Senator Boquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Bill number 35-0067, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Inter-Island Auto Group, LLC, DBA VIP Quick Lube for approved parcel number 70 submarine base, number 6A Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to be used as a new and used car dealership, repair shop, importer of goods, retail shop, store, and for other related purposes, has been voted upon favorably and passed by this committee, and now will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion on Bill number 35-0104? Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0104, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Roncon Inc., doing business as Sandcastle on the Beach, to lease plot number 128B as in Bravo, Two Brothers, Smithfield and Hesselberg, West End Quarter, and plot number 129, Two Brothers, Smithfield and Hesselberg, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, be voted upon favorably here in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins and seconded by Senator Boquez. May I have a roll call on the motion?
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.,
Yeah.
Senator Boquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins,
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Bill number 35-0104, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Ron Can Inc., DBA Sandcastles on the Beach, to lease plot number 128-B, Two Brothers Smithfield and Hesselberg West End Quarter, and plot number 129, Two Brothers Smithfield and Hesselberg West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Island, has been voted upon favorably, passed by this committee, and now will be reported out of the full body for further consideration. Senator Francis, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to colleagues for supporting these measures. And we continue to encourage both the property and procurement as well as the DPNR to continue to work towards movement of these properties and putting them in the hands of individuals that would certainly put them to good use and add to our tax and economic base. So thank you for the support from my colleagues. I truly appreciate us moving these forward. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
You're welcome, Senator Francis. Colleagues, we are now in block number 4. I think my colleagues are asking for a 5-minute recess. Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Colleagues, we are now in Block 4. I just want to do some housekeeping. The Committee of Rules received correspondence. I want to inform the listening and viewing audience know that the Supreme Courts of the Virgin Islands, Chief Justice Reese Hodge sent correspondence wanting to inform us that separating the courts from this process, he requested that any judicial system from this bill. Also, I just wanted to let the public also know the Democratic Party State Chair, Stedman Hodge, provided correspondence, and it has been circulated and placed on the drive. Also, the Republican Party, Gary Ackler, for the Republican Party was also invited. The ICM state chair position has been vacant for the past 10 years. And I just wanted to inform individuals when people say, well, where this person there? How come they weren't invited? For parity purposes, all parties were invited to give comments on this bill. At this time, we have testifiers before us today on the island of St. Croix and St. Thomas. The bills were already called up. So at this time, I will recognize the testifiers starting on I'll do the island of St. Thomas. Director of Personnel, Cindy Richardson, you may proceed. You can state your name and your title. Everyone in St. Thomas, state your name, your title, and then we'll come to St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel.
Aaliyah Felix, Legal Counsel, Division of Personnel.
Joss Springer, good afternoon, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining.
That concludes everybody on St. Thomas? Yes?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah. Okay, St. Croix.
Fox, Supervisor of Elections.
Good afternoon, Florine Ordain Hassel, Assistant Director, Division of Personnel.
Okay, I would proceed with Ms. Fox. You have testimony to read before us today. You may proceed with your testimony.
Honorable Chairwoman Diane T. Capehart, distinguished members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, other members of the 35th Legislature, members of the press, the viewing and listening audience. I am Caroline F. Fox, Supervisor of Elections of the Election System of the Virgin Islands. It is an honor to appear before you today to present on Bill 35-0032, proposed by Senators Maurice C. James and Donna Fred Gregory, an act repealing and reenacting Title 18, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 2, relating to government employees' eligibility for elected office to allow government employees to run for political office while actively employed unless specifically prohibited by federal or other laws. The election systems of the Virgin Islands reviewed Bill 35-0032 and support it with one amendment to Section 1B1. Instead of requiring the candidate to take leave beginning 12:01, the first day of early voting, we recommend taking 60 days prior to any election. One of the main reasons for this amendment is early voting is not the beginning of the voting process. The absentee ballot process is. ESVI do not support any candidate who fall under this law we are amending to remain employed by the Virgin Islands government. The Military and Overseas Empowerment Act moved, amended UCAVA and other statutes by providing greater protections for service members, the eligible family members, the other overseas citizens, and among other provisions, the MOVE Act requires states to send absentee ballots to UCAVA voters at least 45 days before federal elections. The election cycle approach depicts elections as a continuous, integrated process made up of building blocks that interact with and influence each other, rather than a series of isolated events. Bill 35-0032 will ensure that all candidates are provided with equitable opportunities to compete in elections. This will allow a greater pool of candidates who will not have to worry about utilizing most or all of their leave or being placed on leave without pay. This amendment would mandate that all candidates, as per the present Title 18 law, they would take 60 days leave instead of 80 for political parties and 180 days for those not in a political party. The dates for taking leave would begin June 4th, 41 work days, or September 6th, about 40 work days respectively. The 60 days does not include weekend and holidays. This drastically reduces the number of days an employee will be out of leave, which we have been discussing for over 4 years. Many states, the 60 days does include weekend and holidays, to make sure that's on the record, which we have been discussing for over 4 years. Many states and territories do require candidates to take leave or resign, not just those in federal positions. ESVI will not support candidates on the job while the voting process has begun. This recommendation is based on a Uniform and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act, is currently referred to as UCAVA. This act provides the legal basis for those citizens' absentee voting requirements for federal offices. I would like to move forward and addressing other election concerns. I would like to state we are not requested to appear before this legislative body as often as many other agencies. Therefore, when we appear 1 or 2 times a year, we will always take that opportunity to address our concerns or provide highlight information. As the old saying goes, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. We need the legislature to seriously look at total election reform. In the past, only certain sections of the code would be amended. There are numerous sections in Title 18 that conflicts with other sections. Today, I sit in front of the members of the 35th Legislature through the Committee of Rules and Judiciary, once again pleading for this body to pass amendments to Title 18. Some of the election laws, because 2024 is an election year, I recommend we address in a timely manner as follows. Amend Title 18, Section 410A2 to state afternoon of the second Tuesday of May of each general election year and before 5 p.m., 7 calendar days by the third Tuesday in May by 6 p.m. The current requirements as follows. Second Tuesday in May by 6 p.m. of each general election year and before 5 p.m., 7 calendar days thereafter. Creating Title 18, Section 410D to allow aspirants submit their nomination petitions and papers electronically via a medium approved by the Supervisor of Elections. We need to add or revise the definition in Chapter 1, General Provisions, Section 1, to add the following terms. Add runoff election, a continuation of the general election, considered a second election. It is held if the top vote-getting candidate in a first election, the general election, did not achieve the minimum percentage of votes required to declare victory. Add initiative. The initiative process allows citizens to propose a new statute or constitutional amendment. In political terminology, the initiative is a process that enables citizens to bypass the state legislature by placing proposed statutes and, in some states, constitutional amendments on the ballot. There are two types of initiatives, direct and indirect. In the direct process, proposals that qualify go directly on the ballot. In the indirect process, the proposal is submitted to the legislature. The legislature can approve the proposed measure or a similar one, in which case it is unnecessary for the measure to go on the ballot for voters to consider. Add referendum. The referendum process allows citizens to refer to a law that passed the legislature to be placed on the ballot for the voters to decide whether to uphold or repeal the law. Referendum is a general term which refers to a measure that appears on the ballot. There are two primary types of referenda. The legislative referenda, whereby the legislature refers a measure to the voters for their approval, and the popular referendum, a measure that appears on the ballot because of a voter petition drive. The popular referendum is like the initiative in that both are triggered by petitions, but there are significant differences. The popular referendum is a device which allows voters to approve or repeal an act of the legislature. If the legislature passes a law that voters do not approve of, they may gather signatures to demand a popular vote on the law. Add recall is a procedure that allows citizens to remove and replace a public official before the end of term of office. Recall differs from another method for removing officials from office. Recall is a political device, while impeachment is a legal device. Revise the recount bill. An election recount is a process by which voters cast in an election are retabulated to verify the accuracy of the original results. Recounts typically occur in the event of a close margin of victory. Following accusations of election fraud or due to the possibility of administrative errors. Regarding our present practice of gubernatorial teams selection, first, the governor and lieutenant governor should come from each district, and secondly, one from each district, and secondly, no one with a felony can run for the following offices: governor, lieutenant governor, nor delegate. Enact these two laws to cement them. These measures must be in black and white. The days of the gentleman agreement is outdated. We need to codify laws in Title 18, where the revised Organic Act of 1954 is silent. I would like to take this opportunity to inform the public and the senators of the 35th legislature that the election system of the Virgin Islands is preparing and will execute the election of delegates for the 6th Constitutional Convention during the 2024 general election, scheduled for Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. The election system of the Virgin Islands is in receipt of Act 8681, which is an act establishing the 6th Constitutional Convention of the Virgin Islands and providing for an appropriation to cover convention-related expenses. However, we are still awaiting the corrected bill. Time is not on our side. The following changes must be made to ensure uniformity in Act 8681, Section 3A, which does not reference delegate at large in the selection and qualification. Section 4A, every qualified voter may vote for no more than 5 candidates for the legislative district for which the voter is a resident. B, Section 4E, every candidate for delegate shall file a petition with the supervisor of election signed by 50 qualified voters of the district. These two areas need clarifying. Section 4A, every qualified voter may vote for no more than 7 candidates for the legislative district for which the voter is a resident. There are 7 candidates running. Should the St. John candidate run at large like the legislature, it would be unfair for the St. Thomas St. John candidate to vote for 8 and the St. Croix district for 7. We would like to publish the Constitutional Convention calendar at the same time. Although they will both be conducted during the 2024 general elections, both have different nomination petition papers requirement, which the public must be aware of in a timely manner. I repeat this plea which I've made since 2013. The Virgin Islands elections law are outdated and ambiguous. Therefore, I look forward to returning to this body to testify on other electoral bills for legal review. The election system of the Virgin Islands continues to celebrate our 60th anniversary. The next quarter events are our ESVI Forum, which is Naturalization, Home is Where My Vote Is, on October 4th, 2024 at the UVI Innovation Building, and on October 6th, 2024, St. Croix at the UVI Medical Stimulation Building. Both events will begin at 6 p.m. and will be live streamed or videographed or videotaped. Information will also be shared on high school social media platforms. The high school Squid Bowl, Civic Matters, preliminary rounds were held last week, and both districts had a tie. This past Tuesday and Wednesday was the tie-breaking round. The Education Committee Chairperson, Ms. Lisa Harris Mohead, will send out a press release with the results on Friday, September 29th. The championship round will be conducted on October 28, 2023 on St. Croix at the UVI Great Hall. Time has not been formalized. ESVI Episode 3 and 4 premieres will be upcoming. I will close with this quote: "To improve is to change. To be perfect is to change often," and that's by Winston Churchill. Madam Chairwoman, I thank you, members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and other members of the 35th Legislature for inviting me to present on Bill 35-0032, which we support with one amendment. I'm prepared to respond to any questions you may have. Your voice is your vote, and your vote is your voice. I thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I inadvertently had the testifier speak first, but I will go to the sponsor of the bill now. Bill number 350032, who speaks on that?
Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. In a democratic society, one of the fundamental principles is the idea that anyone with the desire and the qualifications can seek public office. However, certain barriers can limit this principle, and one such barrier is the restriction on government employees running for public office while actively employed. To level the playing field, I, along with my colleague, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, are sponsoring Bill number 35-0032, as amended by amendment number 35-300. This bill provides the public with a wider range of choices beyond those who can afford to run. It is essential to advocate a policy that allows government employees to run for public office, subject to the determination of their supervisor regarding their ability to fulfill their government duties during their candidacy. Moreover, candidates should be required to take leave when the voting process begins and campaign exclusively during their personal time. Allowing government employees to run for political office ensures a more diverse pool of candidates. When public servants have the opportunity to step into the political arena, it leads to a wider representation of backgrounds, experiences, and perspectives, enriching our democracy. But one of the major hurdles for individuals seeking political office is the financial burden associated with campaigning. By permitting government employees to run, we enable those who might not have the substantial personal wealth to participate actively in politics, thus democratizing the process. Government employees often have a deep understanding of public administration, policy, and governance. Allowing them to run for office can motivate more individuals to get involved in the political process, leading to a more informed electorate and better decision-making. To strike a balance between allowing government employees to pursue political office and ensuring the effective functioning of government, the requirement for a supervisor's determination is crucial. If a supervisor believes that an employee's candidacy would hinder their ability to perform their government duties effectively, they can require the employee to take a leave of absence. When it comes to conflict of interest, we will mitigate it because the supervisor's determination serves as a safeguard against conflicts of interest. It allows for an objective evaluation of whether an employee can separate their political aspirations from their government responsibilities, ensuring that public trust is not compromised. Requiring employees to take a leave of absence when the voting process begins is a prudent approach. It ensures that the government's functions are not disrupted during the critical period of elections. Furthermore, candidates should be prohibited from campaigning during work hours, ensuring that their political activities take place exclusively during their personal time. Finally, let's sum it up by saying that allowing government employees to run for political office while actively employed, subject to their supervisor's determination, is a policy that promotes democracy, equality, and civic engagement. It levels the playing field, enabling a more diverse range of candidates to participate in the political process, reduces the influence of financial resources in politics, and ensures the effective functioning of government during elections. Colleagues, by implementing this and requiring candidates to take leave during the voting process while campaigning solely during their personal time, we can strengthen our democracy and provide the public with a broader array of choices for their elected representatives, rather than having them take leave during the entire time from the minute that they submit their registration or their application, I should say. So I'm asking my colleagues to support me in allowing government employees, especially the young ones who have not gotten 20 or more years of retirement under their belt, to be able to run during the time they are actively employed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. I'll go to St. Thomas now. And Ms. Cindy Richardson, you may proceed with your testimony today.
Good afternoon. Honorable Diane Capehart, Chairwoman of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, committee members, non-committee members, the listening and viewing audience, colleagues, and the Division of Personnel's team. My name is Cindy L. Richardson, Director of the Division of Personnel. Accompanying me today is Attorney Aaliyah Felix, and Assistant Director Florine Adane Hassel at the Fritz Lewetz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. Thank you for the invitation to offer testimony on Bill number 35-0032, proposed by Senator Maurice James, an act repealing and reenacting Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 2, relating to government employees' eligibility for elected office to allow government employees to run for political office while actively employed unless specifically prohibited by federal or other laws. As amended, the Division of Personnel stands in full support of Bill number 35-0032. I commend Senator James for her due diligence in including the Division of Personnel and the Office of Collective Bargaining in the discussions to strengthen this legislation. Both offices met with Senator James back in March of 2023 and offered some of the suggested changes seen in the amended version of this bill. Once the legislation is executed as intended, it will open the doors for competition and diversity for potential candidates who will not only be hampered by stringent leave restrictions that can impact their personal funds in pursuit of public office. Senators, once again, thank you for the opportunity to provide input on this legislation that will benefit our mutual constituents. My staff and I stand ready to engage in discussions and to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Richardson. I'd like to acknowledge non-committee member Donna Fred Gregory in St. Thomas. Welcome. Colleagues, I will begin with hearing, having debate time, questioning Senator Bolkus. We are going to begin with 5 minutes. Is it to my
information?
Is it to, before I entertain your points of information, is it to my understanding that Chief Negotiator Josh Springett, that your testimony combined with the Director of Division of Personnel?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Points of information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the test territory, as well as the testifiers. Through point of information to the chair to legal counsel. Before this begins, I need to just get some clarity as to some legal context before we dive into some questioning. When I had an opportunity to go through the bill, there is a section called Section E in the bill, and it speaks to, for example, just one sentence, an employee who leaves government employment to accept a full-time elective office must be granted a personal leave of absence without pay from his or her employment for not more than 4 years. I could continue with it, but that is just one sentence in that section. Through legal counsel, one of the things I was concerned with is that from reading that individual will still be retained as an employee of the government of the Virgin Islands, and they must be granted a leave of absence. One of the things that I am aware of, because when I recently came into the legislature, I had to resign from my position from being an employee because of the Revised Organic Act, as it references the qualifications of individuals being able to be members of the institution. According to 6B of the Revised Organic Act, the very final sentence, it says, federal employees and persons employed in the legislature, executive or judicial branches of the government of the Virgin Islands shall not be eligible for membership in the legislature. So I need to know, when it comes to Section E and several parts of it that speaks to retaining that individual as an employee on leave of absence, would that be completely contradictory to allowing them to become members of the institution? Thank you. Hopefully I could get a response from legal counsel.
Through the chair to legal counsel. Through the chair to legal counsel, do.
Attorney Holly Fulkerson, Assistant Legal Counsel to Senator Heigler through the chair. Right, so I would agree that it can be argued that Section E would have probably been in direct violation of the Revised Organic Act. However, as amended, there is an amendment 35-300 that was circulated, and as amended, that Section E was taken out of the bill. So that's no longer consideration.
Well, I also read the amendment. Section E was taken out and reprogrammed to, I think, number D. The entire section, from what I recall, wasn't changed unless they made additional amendments since then to 300, because I also read that.
In the amendment, you're right, subparagraph 4 redesignates subsection D as the new subsection E and strikes the existing subsection E in its entirety. So subsection E is removed in its entirety. So that concern has been alleviated.
So that entire section is no longer applicable based on the reassignment. Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. Points of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment that is being spoken about is not before us yet and not offered. So what we're actually discussing is the actual bill before us. So until we get to the amendment, then what we're discussing is exactly what's proposed in Bill number 35, that's 0032.
Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
As indicated by the Director of Personnel, once I met with both of them, certain sections were deleted. So in the interest of time, and because Senator Alma Francis Heiliger raised it based on the original and she was correct, we corrected it and removed it. So there's no need for us to discuss something that is no longer relevant to what I'm putting forth. We're wasting our time really at this point, Senator from the West.
So colleagues, I am giving you 5 minutes to have discussion. If we need additional time in the second round, you will be granted that. So I would start with Senator Bolkis, who's number 1, to proceed with 5 minutes.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
This is your time to speak, Senator. You include it in your time, and you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I asked for the point of information because it's my understanding that a letter was submitted by Chief Justice Reese S. Hodge, and I wanted to inquire if that letter was going to be read into the record.
No, it's not going to be read into the record. The Chief Justice Hodge is not here to read it, so we cannot read it because there would be no one to ask questions. If you are interested, it's on the drive, and you can read it. And
Madam Chair, motion.
I don't understand. What's your motion?
Madam Chair, motion, I move that the letter submitted by Chief Justice Reese Hodge be read into the record. I so move.
Second.
Roll call. Objection. Properly moved and seconded. Roll call. An objection by Senator Gittins. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr.
Yay.
Senator Borges Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
No.
Senator Capehart, no. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
No.
Senator Gittins, no. Senator Maurice C. James. No. Senator James, no. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 nays.
The motion passes. Madam Clerk, read the letter into the record.
Honorable Diane T. Capehart, Senator, Chair, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Reference Bill number 35-0032. Dear Chair Capehart and members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, I write to you on behalf of the Judicial Branch of the Virgin Islands to request that Bill number 35-0032 be amended to exclude the judicial branch, such as by removing the reference to the judicial branch in internal section 2A. As you know, an independent, fair, and impartial judiciary is an indispensable component of our justice system and society. The people of the Virgin Islands must always remain confident that the courts of the Virgin Islands are comprised of men and women of the highest integrity, who will interpret and apply the law independently, impartially, and competently without regard to partisan, politics, or any other inappropriate consideration. To maintain the public trust and to maintain confidence in our legal system, the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands has promulgated ethical rules to govern all those employed in a judicial branch. The scope of those rules varies depending on how integral each position is to the bread and butter function of the courts. Adjudicating cases, judicial officers are bound by the Virgin Islands Code of Judicial Conduct, codified as Supreme Court Rule 213. The Code of Judicial Conduct establishes the highest and strictest standards of conduct to ensure that judicial officers always maintain the dignity of judicial office and avoid both impropriety and even the appearance of impropriety in their professional and personal lives. As such, Canon 4 prohibits a judicial officer from engaging in virtually any political activity and requires that a judicial officer resign upon becoming a candidate for non-judicial elective office. While court staff are not subject to the same virtually complete prohibition on political activity imposed on judicial officers, they too remain subject to ethical rules. Judicial law clerks who directly assist judicial officers in performing their adjudicative functions must abide by the Virgin Islands Code of Conduct for law clerks, codified as Supreme Court Rule 103. Law clerks must, among other things, refrain from open political activity, including running for political or public office, endorsing candidates, or soliciting funds. And all other judicial branch employees must abide by the Virgin Islands Code of Conduct for judicial branch employees, codified as Supreme Court Personal Rule 5.6, which among other things preludes political activity during work hours, prohibits the use of judicial branch vehicles or other equipment in connection with political activity, requires that any political activity such employees engage in does not give the impression the judicial branch endorses political candidates or supports political causes, and mandates the judicial branch employees take a leave of absence if seeking elective office and must resign if elected prior to assuming office. Bill number 35-0032, if enacted in its current form without excluding the judicial branch from its provisions, threatens the independence and public perception of the courts of the Virgin Islands. It is unlikely that the people of the Virgin Islands will believe that the judicial branch remains impartial and divorced from politics if judicial law clerks or other court staff are permitted to openly endorse candidates for elected office, solicit campaign funds, or even run for public or party office themselves. It also creates the potential for conflicts of interest, both real and perceived, in individual cases if those law clerks or other staff work on cases that align with the political or campaign activities. CF Caperton versus A.T. Massey Coal Co. 556 U.S. 868, 2009. These concerns are exuberated when, as here, Bill number 35-0032 purports to permit judicial branch employees to engage in these activities with virtually no restrictions and without even requiring that they be disclosed. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. In writing this letter, I emphasize that the judicial branch takes no position on the merits of any other aspect of Bill number 35-0032. Rather, our concern is only with the inclusion of the judicial branch in this bill, which, if not changed, threatens the independence and public confidence of our judiciary. Again, I urge that this committee amend Bill number 35-0032 to exclude the judicial branch. This could be accomplished in a multitude of ways, although the easiest would be to simply remove the express reference to the judicial branch in the internal section 2A. Sincerely, Reese S. Hodge, Chief Justice. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, that's the end of the reading of the...
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, colleagues and those viewing and listening, that was correspondence read into the record from the Honorable Chief Justice Reese Hodge, Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. Senator Bulkes, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, colleagues, Bill number 350032 seeks to repeal and reenact Title 18, Chapter 1, Section 2, to allow government employees to run for public office while actively employed, unless federal or other laws specifically prohibit such candidacy. I believe that the bill aligns with the principles of democratic participation and civic engagement, whereas government employees, like any other citizen, have the opportunity and the right to be involved in the political process and contribute to the betterment of society. The provisions in the bill strike a reasonable balance between permitting government employees to engage in the political activities during their personal time, not to be confused with their work-related time, while maintaining the integrity of their professional roles through their employment. I wanted to touch on a couple things concerning what was meant in regard to the amendment in Section 1B1 to Supervisor Fox concerning that 60-day leave requirement. How did, I don't know if it was yourself or the board, but how did you arrive at that recommendation for the 60-day leave requirement, and what feedback or input did you consider in making that decision?
Senator Bolkes, the UCAVA Act requires a minimum that you send out the absentee ballot. The Virgin Islands, we don't always want to stay with a minimum. Some states send their ballots out 55 days, 65 days, so that can vary over the years. So instead of going exactly to 45, usually most things are in monthly cycle, 30 days, 60 days. So instead of going minimum 45, that's why we went to 60 days.
Okay, very well. And pertinent to the letter that was just read into the record, I am not quite sure if the recommendation to separate or exclude the judicial branch is included in the amendment. If so, perhaps we should be considering that based on the letter that was read into the record, as we want to deliberate. And of course, I too have run 3 times since 2018 and had to leave my job in order to run for political office. So I truly understand exactly what's going on here. I've been a government employee and worked in capacities that required for me to traverse throughout this entire territory, and knowing well where I wanted to be, and God bless, I have the opportunity to be here because of the votes that the people gave me in order to be their senator at large. But 3 consecutive times I've had to take a leave of absence, and I'll tell you, it's not easy. It's not easy. So I fully understand the measure that's before us. Again, it strikes a balance that is needed. It chimes on the democratic principles of competition and trying to fully be able to find the best candidates to fill these seats throughout our government. One last thing before my time expires. Supervisor Fox, in your testimony, you mentioned the role of the absentee ballots in the electoral process. Could you elaborate on how Bill 35-0032 might impact the absentee voting and timing of government employees taking leave?
Yes, Senator. 34th legislature passed the bill last year, law, that anyone can request an absentee ballot. So that means persons in the Virgin Islands, whether they're home and they don't feel like voting, early voting, no election day, begin the absentee process. They come into our offices, 3 offices, and they begin voting there. We can mail ballots here to persons in the Virgin Islands. They too can send those ballots in. So we don't want to have persons, the election process has begun, and persons still on their job. It could influence in many ways, both positively and negatively.
Very well. Thank you for that response, Supervisor Fox. And switching over to personnel, Ms. Richardson, how are you? Good afternoon. Do you foresee any issues with the bill moving forward to include that 60-day time that was suggested by the election system? And in addition, the letter that was read into the record concerning the request by Chief Justice Hodge?
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson. Just for a bit of history as to how we came to the testimony presented before you, we did meet with the bill sponsor, and we did offer many of the revisions you see. We did recommend that they meet with the Board of Elections to get that type of feedback. So I do feel that whatever the Board of Election has proposed, I am in agreement with. Okay. I would also just like to take into consideration, the average salary government employee and the type of impact that it would have. I do believe she proposed about 41 days, and that's about 320 hours.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much for that response, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Mr. Chair.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Heiliger.
Thank you. Point of information to Supervisor Fox. As my colleague just spoke a little bit earlier about your recommendation for the 60 days, I want to make sure that I'm calculating it correctly. I'll just use, for example, the primary. So if nominations are to be turned in roughly around the mid of May, I think you said the second Tuesday. So let's put that at about May 15. May to June, June to July, July to August. I think primaries is usually in the first week of August. Now, if you do the 60 days and early voting, I don't know how long you guys are going to have early voting for the primary. Let's say it's a week, 2 weeks, I'm not sure. That would roughly give someone that is starting out 1 week off. Based on that 60-day analysis and what, I just need you to explain it to me a little bit so I could better understand how that would calculate out.
So, Senator, 60 days from the election day. Again, we said 60 days, including holidays and weekends. So the dates we calculate, you will be taking leave the 9th of June because the primary is in August, right? Because there's 3 holidays in July, etc. So all of that was factored in. So it's an average about 40-something days. Now, when you go to those who are not in the primary, they're taking leave from May to November. So it impacts them more. And so that's where the 60 days come in. And like I said, it's 60 days. But out of that 60 days is your work days are less. That's where you get it 40 or less. Because it's not 60 days, it's weekends and holidays, which is like 2 months. And you're only taking away work days, Monday to Friday, from that individual. And if it's a holiday, they get that free.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Vice Chair, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to, first of all, good afternoon to my colleagues and a special good afternoon to the testifiers, both in the well here and St. Thomas and St. Croix. I wanted to just kind of piggyback off of the last speaker regarding the difference, and it looks as though there is a difference in how you are treated depending on your party affiliation. I just wanted to get some clarification from Supervisor Fox. Is this something seems a little curious about that? Are you saying, Supervisor Fox, that if you are a member of a party that is running in a primary, and the primary election, let's say, is in August, and I'm a government employee, the proposed bill would allow me to take leave, let's say, approximately in June, whereas if that same government employee works in my division, who's also declared himself as or herself as a candidate, that person would get a number of additional weeks or months of paid leave simply because that individual is a new party, for example. Is that what you're saying, Supervisor Fox?
Senator, that's correct. 60 days from each election. And I know the goal is for us not to do political party elections. So again, it's from each election.
Right, I got what you're saying. But just the whole intent of this thing, or the whole application of it, it seems as though it would put someone who happens to have
3 minutes
in a much better situation than someone who was not. Just something that just came to me right now, and I'm a little bit of concern about that. I definitely understand the intent of the legislation. The intent is to really attract a larger and more diverse pool of candidates to run for office, which is a good thing. But when you open that door, don't you also open the door to other things, like policing this whole conflict of interest realities that will open up once you have more government employees on the job who are campaigning while working for the government of the Virgin Islands. I know you're not campaigning on a job, but when you're running for office, you're always campaigning. basically. Whose job will it be to monitor, to police those types of activities that may occur once the bill passes? And I still have an open mind about the bill. Can any of the testifiers respond to that? Whose job will it be to monitor and ensure compliance with the new laws? Since in theory, you're going to have a large number of persons who will see this as a real good opportunity to run for public office. And whose job will it be to monitor and ensure compliance
1 minute.
with the laws and the rules?
Good afternoon. That would be up to management and supervisors to do so.
Mm-hmm. And that says a lot. You know, it's
Does it not?
and I mean,
With any law, there's report. No.
well, nobody does it now because nobody is running for office presently while you're an active government employee. So there's no monitoring, no need to monitor that right now. Yeah, so that vagueness, I think, is something that is somewhat of a concern for me. Now, Justice Hodge mentioned his concerns, and he wanted an exemption for his folks in the judiciary. In theory,
Time.
can't we say the same thing for other government divisions, IRB, Justice Department, VIPD? I mean, isn't it the same sort of quandary that we will all basically be in? Anyway, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't know if any of the testifiers are willing to respond to that question. Thank you.
Madam Chair or Mr. Chair, can I respond
you may
to the
proceed.
senator?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay,
you may
thank
proceed.
you, Springer, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. I wanted to go back to the senator's concern that who will be monitoring, and of course, my colleague here said it will be management. But bear in mind, currently there's some type of monitoring because in order for the individual to run, currently they have to take time off, correct? And be mindful that the Human Resources Department of each agency is required to stay abreast of certain rules and regulations and laws as it pertains to the employees. So there's monitoring existing at this moment. Now there'll be additional monitoring because this has a set time period when the individual has to either take time off or if management decides that the person cannot function while running for office.
Thank you for your response, Attorney Springer. I mean, I see
Point
it.
of information.
Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. I just need to go back very quickly to, I definitely appreciate the comments that were made by my colleague here in St. Thomas. This is a lot to contemplate. But I want to go back to the recommendation that was made by our Supervisor Fox with regards to the number of days out. Are we talking about, because there's a vast difference between 60 days and 60 work days. So that requires clarification. So I need to understand clearly, because I think in your response, Supervisor Fox, you made reference to holidays and weekends. So I'm trying to balance this in my mind as to what are we referencing when we say the days that we're talking about? Is it work days or is it 60 days?
60 days, Senator.
So it's 60 days.
60 straight days.
So
yes.
it's not work days. And that, pardon? 60 days inclusive of holidays?
Yes, Senator.
I'm sorry, not holidays. No, I take that back. 60 days inclusive of
weekends? That's the question.
Yes, Senator.
So then you're not really giving, because the employee would not be on site in most cases on the weekends, right? So then we need to recalculate that number, because you have to give, if you're giving 60 days and you're talking about, the reference here is about leave, right? So then if you're talking about 60 days, it needs to be 60 work days if we're giving that true and fair consideration. So like I said earlier, there's a lot to contemplate, but let's bear in mind that you can't just say 60 days if we're talking about employee leave. We have to say 60 work days. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Fred Gregory. At this time, Senator Johnson, you may proceed with 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have some questions about this piece of legislation, because I wish that the police commissioner was here to testify after listening to the testimony of the Judge Reese Hodge. If I'm correct, the police department will have some issues with this piece of legislation based on their rules and regs. So I'll ask personnel if they have any knowledge of public safety rules and regs in regards to a policeman taking part in political camp or campaign, much less running for Senate while on the job. Personnel or collective bargaining if they know. Madam Chair, are you guys hearing me?
Good afternoon, Senator Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining. Yes, I can hear you. I have not reviewed those rules in preparation for this hearing, so I cannot provide you with a response. It'll be something that I have to look into.
Aliyah Felix, Blyden, Legal Counsel for the Division of Personnel. We too have not reviewed the VIPD's rules and regs in preparation for this hearing today. We only look to the government's overall personnel employee rules and regulations.
Well, thank you guys very much. And I think we have to do some real deep dive with this, especially in regards to the police department. I understand the judge clearly to make sure that there's no conflict. And my memory served me right.
3 minutes.
I know a policeman couldn't even put a sticker on his car to support a political candidate in any which way. So these are things we definitely have to look out for. I think I want to ask Ms. Caroline Fox, how will this bill contribute to providing fair opportunities for all candidates? How do you see it providing fair opportunity?
Senator, the only opportunity I see that more person could participate, so they don't have to, because they won't be having to take that amount of leave from their job. But again, we do have folks that have to resign to run, and if you're getting federal funds to any position, you have to resign to run. So it's two different categories.
I'm glad you said that, because you touched on something I have some concern about, and you probably would know it better than anyone there. How does this spell out with the Hatcher Act? I can remember when I worked at the district court, I was a contractor. I was not a federal employee. And as a contractor receiving federal funds, I would have to resign. How would this affect agencies that are receiving federal funds? Would it be anyone on that agency, or only those who receive federal funds?
Senator, only the employee that receives federal funding can't run for office unless they resign. And we have had that here. We had 2 candidates in St. John that could not run, and one took leave from their job. They work with the housing authority, and they had to resign to run. Unlike the government employee, if you run and you lose, you get your job, you go back to work. That federal person loses their job. They have to start from scratch and find another job.
How would this work with the private sector?
1 minute. I'm not too sure with the private sector what they do.
And so in so much sense, we cannot mandate for a private company in so much sense, right?
That's correct, Senator.
All right. And how will the election system of the Virgin Islands ensure that these new definitions are effectively communicated and implemented during future elections? As we spoke about, you went on a little bit to speak about runoff, election, initiative, referendum, recalls, and revised recount. So since you spoke about it, I would like to know a little bit on how you intend to go about these once these mandates have been implemented.
Senator, like I mentioned, again, some folks know the majority except runoff is in the Organic Act. And for a layman running for office, they're not going to go look in the Organic Act. And so that's why we're pushing that these definitions should be in the Virgin Islands Code under election. And that's why I bring it up every time, because we're working with lay persons and they need to know the definitions, not sending them 2 and 3 places to get information and definition of what it's mean. I know we had a runoff for years, but runoff is not defined. And so we had a problem in one of the years. When do you start registration again? You're preparing for a runoff, but 5 days after the last day, you have to begin registering persons. Persons who registered new cannot participate in an election that they weren't part of when the election first occurred at the general election.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Johnson. Colleagues, we have to take a 5-minute recess to change the stenographer. The Committee of Rules stands in recess. The Committee on Rules is out of recess. Senator Novell Francis, you may proceed, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for all of the testimony thus far. And thank you, Senator James and Senator Fred Gregory, for offering this measure. And of course, leveling the playing field and allowing for competition, I'm open to that. I think the better the competition is, the better the candidates will be moving forward. However, I do have some reservations in respect to some of the discussion here today. And I wanted to go back to you real quickly, Supervisor Fox, and go back to the 60 days that continue to be a little bit of a challenge for me. The 60 days that you're speaking of applies to both the primary and the general election, correct?
Yes, Senator.
And what you're proposing is that rather than either the party candidates or the non-party candidates will also be subjected to the 60 days?
Yes, Senator. 60 days from each election.
And that will go both to the party candidates as well as the non-party.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And why do you believe that the non-party candidates will have to be subjected to the primary?
No, they're only taking days 60 days prior to November.
Prior to November?
November.
Okay, so it's not, they don't apply both ways then, it only applies, because you said yes before.
Okay, the party persons, yes, only themselves, and the non-party will be just prior to November.
So I see a little bit of challenge there, because obviously, number one, the party candidate is already subjected to a primary when the non-party is not subjected to the primary one, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
And now you're asking them to take leave twice. Again, outside of that, the party candidates would then have to be subjected to a 60-day leave prior to the primary, and then again, depending on the result of that, then they'll have to take an additional 60 days hiatus away from for the general election, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. So I see a little disparity there in that, of course, because if what you're trying to achieve here is, again, what you're trying to do is to take away. And what type of leave are you recommending for these government employees at this point?
Senator, that's under personnel. It says annual leave in the bill.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking personnel. Personnel, what leave are you requesting for these candidates?
It would be annual leave.
It'll be annual leave. And obviously, then these individuals will have to have sufficient annual leave to be able to be subjected to 120 days, which will be, I guess, 3 working weeks. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Or they would have to take the option without pay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Director Richardson.
It would be the leave. It would be annual leave or the option of leave without pay.
Or leave without pay, which will kind of defeat the purpose here, because what we're saying here is that we wanted to make sure that those individuals are not subjected to a no pay day as a result of running for office. Correct?
Exactly, yes.
Very well. So we still got some work to do here, obviously. And in respect to the issue of the judicial branch, I haven't heard much discussion about that thus far, but the judicial branch have indicated, based on rules and regs, that they don't want to be party to, or they want to see an amendment. And I believe that there could be some language that prevent the judiciary from actually being a part of this. And I had some slight discussion with the bill sponsor in respect to this. But the question that was posed by my colleague is that we have a number, especially for first responders and law enforcement agencies, there's a number of rules and regulations within those individual agencies that prevent those individuals from being subjected to political parties and political candidacy, except, again, to separate themselves at any given time. I heard Director Richardson and Chief Negotiator, you said that you had not gotten an opportunity to look at that. Would that weigh differently in your deliberation, or if you're aware that in fact the rules and regs prevent that from occurring?
I can't answer this time, Senator. It may impact my response, yes.
Oh, yeah. Director Richardson?
Yeah, I do.
Time.
I do have to agree. I would have to take the time to actually dive deeper into those rules and regs in order to give a substantial answer to your question.
Very well. Thank you. I would ask that you start to take a look at that because, in fact, those regs are there and present some challenges even with the law. And I think that that's similarly to what the judiciary is indicating in their testimony as well. Thank you very much for the time. If time allows, we'll do a second round on this. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Francis. Senator Javon James may proceed with 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Supervisor Fox, if we take your recommendations, the amendment is passed and the bill is passed, how much more time are we giving to individuals who are currently working in government to be able to collect a paycheck?
Well, from May, they would have to take leave from May. Now they're going to start maybe June 4th. So in the primary, it's a little less. But for the general election, they're getting a good amount of hours because they don't have to take any leave from May. They'll take 60 days from November. So that's the only requirement.
So if I want to run independent and I don't want to go to the primary and I want to stay long on my job, I just run as an independent. I'm telling you. The letter that was read into the record is asking us to exclude the judicial branch. But here we are saying that we have 3 co-equal branches of government. And that is problematic. I don't know what is going to be the consensus here today. I am not a voting member. Thank God I'm not a member of this committee because this is problematic. The judicial branch is saying, keep me out of this, but we're saying we are 3 co-equal branches of government. You get the nomination and petition papers, you get the required signatures, then one must submit the documents to the election systems for review. The election system then certifies a candidate once all requirements are met and a letter is sent out to the candidate. And my question to you, based on the revised Organic Act, they're saying federal employees and persons employed by the legislature, executive or judicial branches of government of the Virgin Islands shall not be eligible for membership in the legislature. And I want you to remember what I'm saying. The keyword is eligible. But in page 1 of the bill, it says persons employed in the legislative, executive, or judicial branches of the government of the Virgin Islands are eligible. So 2 times we hear the word eligible. What is your interpretation of the word eligible? Supervisor Fox.
Eligible means that they are allowed to participate in this process, are allowed to run as a candidate.
Just want to make sure that I'm following. So thank you for that. And I will tell you this, and I will say my personal little story here, and some people may not want to hear it, but here we go. A year before I decided to run is when I left my government job. And I had a plan in place, and I sat down and I found out how much it would cost to run my household, take care of my children, do X, Y, and Z. And I planned. You don't wake up one day like a madman and say you're going to run for office. You have to have a plan. You have to have a plan. This is a serious job. You have to have a platform. You have to have an idea of if you win, what staff you will have, what team you're going to have. And the list goes on. And this is somebody who did it 3 times. So I'm not here to cause any trouble. But what we're doing right now as Democrats, and I know it's for everyone, we're making it easier for individuals to just run to become an independent, stay on the job, and the taxpayers' dollars. And then guess what? We have over 40 to 100 people running in the general election. I'm telling you, God bless the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. At this time, I'll have Senator Gittins. You may proceed with 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Undue influence is the term of the day. Straight up off the top of the bat, I'm going to say I do not support this measure. I do not. And in absence of something similar to that of the Merit Systems Protection Board and the Office of Special Counsel that oversees and enforces what is known as the Hatch Act in the federal government, outside of having those two entities within the Virgin Islands government, I will not support this. The reason being, I firmly believe that if we follow similarly to that of the Hatch Act, it will keep a lot of our people out of trouble. Undue influence. I really don't want to put anybody on the carpet here today, but this is clearly seen for a sector and will be considered special interest because it really gears to a particular group. The Hatch Act, and if I need to be clearer, then I will be putting someone out right now as we speak. So please don't tempt me to do it. The Hatch Act is known as an act to prevent pernicious political activities.
3 minutes.
If we were to allow this measure to go forward, what we're going to do is we're going to have the possibility of individuals utilizing government resources while on duty to conduct political activities. We shouldn't even be in government cars with political t-shirts. We shouldn't be moving alcohol and raw chicken and all kind of thing to go fry chicken and Johnny cake using the government vehicles. We should not be utilizing the computers to send an email for a food sale. These small, minor things is what people may say, let me just take the chance quick and send it. Not with any ill intent, but it is ethically wrong. What I have suggested when I had a conversation with the primary sponsor is that why don't we look at allowing the employees to take leave? You have annual leave, take annual leave. But to allow them to remain on the job, I'm saying that we're opening up Pandora's box. The Hatch Act goes all the way back to 1938. These people know exactly what they were talking about when they were talking about this widespread allegations that local Democratic Party politicians used employees of the Works Progress Administration during the congressional elections in 1938. It goes as far back as there. It also says that a series of newspaper articles exposed the same Works Progress Administration patronage and political contributions in returns for employment, prompting an investigation by the Senate Campaign Expenditures Committee. The provisions of this act forbids the intimidation or bribery of voters and restricts political campaign activities by employees. It forbids officials paid with government funds from using promises of jobs, promotion, financial assistance, contracts, or any other benefit to coerce campaign contributions. I know we have not earlier, I was saying that when there was reference to an amendment that's not in yet, I will now reference the amendment, because as I read through the amendment, I'm already seeing at least 3 references to a primary party election. We have worked diligently in this body to remove primary elections and simply refer to elections, meaning the general election. We should not be here discussing anything about any party primary elections. 5 minutes just ain't enough for this bill, but if there is a second round, I'll be right here. Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, if I may?
Yes, you may.
And on the second page of the same amendment that is to be in, I just would like for you all to consider A, which states persons becoming candidates for the primary or general elections may use accrued or accumulated annual leave or sick leave in taking a leave of absence. However, sick leave may not be used in the absence of such certification of sickness as it is required by the government. Now, it is saying not to be used in absence of such certification. So what are we doing? Encouraging candidates now to go out and seek these fabricated sick leave documents? We have to be careful on what it is we're putting in place. I would support the measure if we were to simply say that government employees may utilize their accrued annual leave. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Now I'll proceed with Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers. If I recall correctly, the law right now does say that. And when I ran 5 times, I too, like my millennial senator out of St. Croix, I had to do quite a bit of management of my finances to make accommodations for me to run, knowing that this is something I too was committed to. But I am not a member of this committee, but I come from a historical standpoint that I would like to share with my colleagues. One of the unique things about me being an employee that is now a senator and being a member of the employee of this legislature for about 25 years, what we're attempting to do is already done. If any of you go and look back in history to Act 6488, back in December of 2001, the laws were changed in order for employees to be able to stay on the job and still run for public office. Act 6488. Also in that act, there were some issues with electioneering where they wanted, I believe it was, you had to shut down at 2 a.m. And it caused a huge friction back then, to the point that it actually had a whole court case. I believe it was a family, Habib and his wife and his son took the legislature to court because of this enactment of law. And from a historical standpoint, I just want to share with you just a quick reading from the opinion of the Judge Moore that ruled in that case back in, I think he made a ruling in August of 2002. And in the first part, he did rule that he had to throw out the section of the law that spoke to the electioneering part had to be limited by 2 a.m. because he felt that that was an issue as regards to infringing on people's freedom of speech. It was unconstitutional. When it came to the part of Section 2 where the plaintiffs were challenging the changing of the law to allow individuals to still stay on the job, I want to read to you Section 2 of Act 6488, and this is from the ruling from Judge Moore, is construed to be consistent with the Hatch Act. Plaintiff also challenges Section 2 of Act number 6488, contending that the amendment violates the Hatch Act because it permits employees of the Virgin Islands entities to receive federal funds to continue to work while they campaign for elected office. The government contends that Section 2 applies solely to employees of the Virgin Islands entities that receive only federal funds. The judge continued with his opinion and said the Hatch Act prohibits federal employees and employees of state and local governments receiving federal funds to engage in political activity, specifically forbids such employees from running for elective office, C5 USC subsection 1502. It also continued to speak to, nevertheless, all acts of the legislature must be consistent with federal law. See Revised Organic Act, subsection 8A, extending legislative authority to the Virgin Islands to enact laws not inconsistent with the laws of the United States made applicable to the United States. The only way that Section 2 of Act number 6488 can stand is if I construe it to apply only to those agencies and departments of the Virgin Islands government funded only with locally derived monies. I again agree with the government that Section 2 may be upheld by so limiting its application. Accordingly, I upheld the validity of Section 2 in Act number 6488 as applying solely to employees of the Virgin Islands government and quasi-instrumentality agents that are not federally funded. He went on to give a conclusion as it relates to that. So I wanted to share that with you, but I also wanted to add from a historical standpoint quickly, because I know my time is running. And when the legislature back in December of 2001 made the decision to allow for all employees to be able to run, I'll give you an example of one employee that ran at the time, and it made headlines across the board. Hill takes leave of absence from Virgin Islands Post to campaign. And this article was written September the 4th, 2002. And quickly, it says, this is the part I want to read to you guys, that at the time, former Senator Hill was the St. Thomas St. John administrator, St. Thomas Water Island administrator.
Time.
And as the administrator, Madam Chair, could I just quickly wrap up?
You could conclude.
Thank you. And as the St. Thomas Water Island administrator, after the law was passed, he was allowed to stay on the job and work. But after the primary, former Senator Hill made a decision to take a leave of absence. And I want to quote from the article when he was interviewed the reason why he did it. Hill, speaking Tuesday morning on WVWI radio talk show hosted by June Archibald, said, "I think it's the right and ethical thing to do. It doesn't seem to me that you can actually campaign for office and work for the government at the same time. As a government employee," he added, "you're being paid by taxpayers' monies. The least you can do is give them a full 8 hours." Now, this was a candidate that when we changed the law almost 22 years ago, he still took a leave of absence, because even at the time he recognized that he could not campaign and still do the job at the same time. And I think just by listening to some of my colleagues, this is the concern that many individuals are having. And listening to the previous speaker, he was very concerned about employees doing things on the job. And if you had a former senator, even though he was allowed to stay off, made the ethical choice to say, you know what, I really can't do this, and still took a leave of absence, there's a reason why the legislature went back and put the law back. I believe they did it at the very next legislature. So all of this we're attempting to do was already done. It was tried. And the reason from my
Senator?
recollection they had put it back is after the ruling from the judge, and they recognized that potentially you might have been creating a situation where so many agencies are either collecting federal funds.
Senator?
And the argument from the government itself was that this laws would only apply to
Senator?
agencies that are not collecting federal funds. The judge made his ruling. So I just wanted to add that historical context to it, because for me, listening to this conversation as an employee, it just felt like deja vu. So
Senator, you're
I'm
going to
not
have
sure if we're going to have a second round, but thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Yeah, we're going to have a second round. You going to cause me to give everybody 10 minutes. Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed with 5 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. I know you're a very lenient lady, and I hope that you practice that level of leniency fairly throughout, but I'm going to try to stick within my time. Try is an operative word. Now, I really want to commend both of the bill sponsors, who's Senator Marie C. James and Donna A. Fred Gregory, for their strength and courage to move this bill forward. I do have some concerns that were outlined earlier, and my concern is relative to a response that was given by Ms. Joss Springer for the collective bargaining unit here, because I'm looking at page 2, line 19, which says a government employee supervisor may determine that the employee assigned to duties cannot effectively handle during the employee's candidacy and require the employee to take leave. Based on my experience, isn't this going to go into the employee's civil liberties to be able to make those decisions for themselves to run, even though this supervisor now is going to be able to say, well, I don't want you to, maybe they have some issues and they're saying that this person cannot carry out their duties in government. Why would we want to have that clause in there when now a person who is running for office needs to just say and declare that they're running and take leave of absence?
Good afternoon, Joss Springer, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining.
Are we putting some burden on the supervisor now?
It's placing a requirement on the supervisor, but I wanted to first address your question, how it was phrased. It appears that you're asking about two things: the person's right to run versus the person's ability to work and run. Because you asked about civil liberties with the decision to run. The bill is focusing on whether the person can run at the same time as working. That's what you're referencing,
Yes.
right? So,
well, let's handle the part where we're putting that added burden on the supervisor.
right.
Okay,
because go ahead.
The supervisor, and who is going to, where is the teeth in this measure to really to state that this person is violating any provisions of this bill that this bill proposes. How can they find some kind of disciplinary action for the supervisor? What type of disciplinary action can they take if they catch a person who is working and, as the majority leader has stated, are influencing other persons to vote while they're working, to vote for them as a candidate while they're employed? Where's the teeth? What repercussions that are outlining this bill that can take place?
There's nothing in the bill, however, just general rules and regs and the employee handbook that speak to performance, attendance, management's rights, those types of things. If you stay on the general level, when it comes to an employee's performance, for example, you're talking about you just talked about an employee who is using their work time to influence someone to vote or doing work for their campaign. If you go take a few steps back from exactly the detail of what they're doing and look at the impact on the office, for example, the management or the government, the community as a whole, you will focus on, for example, you have a job. It has responsibilities. You're required to perform them, and you're not. And then if you...
Hold one moment. Madam Chair, I heard my time call.
Senator, you may proceed. Wrap up.
Thank you. Ms. Springett was completing her thought, and then I'm good.
Thank you. So even if we use something else other than running for office, a lot of employees have businesses or other forms of employment. If we were to find out that an employee is doing their other job, their part-time job during the workday, there's repercussions for that. Hey, these are your expectations on this in this form of employment, and so management can act on that, because you're taking away from the government's mandate or functions to the community. So that's how I would say it should be viewed. What is the teeth? Those are the teeth.
Okay, and those teeth apply to persons based on the government handbook, Director Richardson, because I've read the government handbook. It hasn't been updated for a very long time. And I want to know if those teeth, is there teeth for persons who are violating this portion? And I realize that the government handbook has not been updated. So if you're putting this burden on the supervisors then now and to police people, that's what they're doing, right? And I don't know if they have the time. How are they going to be able to do that based on the Virgin Islands handbook as written?
Aliyah Felix Blyden, legal counsel for the Division of Personnel. I think at the crux of what we're getting at here is accountability and holding people accountable. Right now, outside of this bill, we have measures in place for management to manage employees and to hold individuals accountable. So you should already have measures in place that have nothing to do with this bill to ensure that the functions of your particular offices are being carried out. And I understand that you may not think that is the case, but in the handbook, it is there. I believe it's Appendix B. It speaks about conflicts of interest outside employment, ethics. There's a policy about ethics in there that speaks specifically to this type of thing. We are supposed to already be managing abuse of time. We're supposed to be managing exactly. So the point here is I don't see the need to have specifically in here language that is telling or dictating managers on how to manage. We should already have that in place, and we already do have that in place. I don't think that every legislation should have to spell out every single possibility. I think it's general language, and then you talk about process. So here, what I'm hearing is and this is one of the points that I brought up here, management should be able to make a determination about an employee's ability to carry out the functions of their office. I do believe that's something that should happen after an employee is given the opportunity to prove that they can manage both things, just in anything, or even outside of this particular measure. I think that once an employee can show you that they can carry out the functions of their office or the needs of the agency and their whatever responsibilities they may have or give themselves to campaign or what have you under the bill, then I don't see an issue with them being able to do both. If they show that they're unable to carry their weight, if they're unable to carry out the functions of the office or the office is suffering, then yes, outside of this bill, there should be no need for legislation to have management be given the authority to take corrective measures.
Senator, may I also add to Attorney Felix's comment, please?
Yes, you may.
But my concern is that when we place things without to managers, and I've been a manager, and you don't have those written guides and it's clearly delineated in your handbook what they should look for. Those are my concerns, and where's the teeth and the repercussions that you have, because I don't know government agencies to be even doing performance appraisals and having the merit system in place. So when you had responded, Attorney Springett, and says it's human resources, I am not totally sold on that. Go ahead.
Well, Senator, let me say this first. If we were waiting for this bill to provide rules for management to hold people accountable, we're in trouble. Because government has been existing before we were born, right? So you needed to have some type of measure in place. Furthermore, the employee handbook and the rules and regs of government are based on Title III, Chapter 25. It talks about all of these things. If we were waiting for this statute to now tell us how to have people operate, we would be in trouble. The other thing is Title 24, Section 374 of the Virgin Islands Code has a section that talks about contracts. This is a section on Act 4440, subsection B. So 24 VIC 374B, as in boy, speaks to contracts not taking away management's rights. And management rights includes things such as ensuring efficiency of operations, managing, disciplining, assigning, those types of things. So there's places in the VI code that provide for how management should function. There's the rules and regs that are based on the VI code. There are employees are trained, and we're adding more training. I'll make a plug for DOP, Division of Personnel, that they're adding additional training to for supervisors. And of course, we provide training as well at OCB. So for this bill to require it, I mean, then it would mean that we would always have to come before the legislature to amend how we manage.
But who put I'm going to, Madam Chair.
Again, the handbook contains an Appendix B as well. The employee handbook contains an Appendix B that speaks to a lot of detail about how employees are expected to behave as employees and not bring shame to the government and so forth.
I'm not going to go back and forth on it because I know there are things that in Title III that has not been implemented and managed with a level of fidelity throughout our management system.
Thank you.
That is a So thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you,
I would have to credit to human resources professionals in government. They attend monthly summits. They contact our office for guidance on a daily basis. I cannot sit here and agree with anything about concern with HR professionals in government not taking action or holding people accountable. Nothing is perfect, but I have to give kudos to our HR representatives in government.
Thank you. Senator Joseph, I hope you see that parity is my first name. I believe in being fair. Senator James, Javon James, I believe that you said you wanted a point of information?
Point of
Inquiry?
yes, so my point of inquiry is based off of the amendment, which is Amendment 35-300. And it says in the various sections, it speaks to the primary election period and the general election period. And I know it was made mention of the 60 days. And I just want to caution my colleagues, just think about this. I want to run for Senate. I work for government. Say, for instance, in a specific office or department, 5 individuals say, listen, all are we going to run? Right? And that's the right. But we're saying to give up your job. Well, all of them decide to run, they're going to run independent. And they work for a Democrat, right? So they're going to continue to get paid all these times. And we're hoping and praying that they're going to do the right thing by not campaigning. Listen to me, you have to campaign to win. You have to knock on doors. You can't just say, okay, all right. They saw my name in the newspaper. It was printed. I'm going to not campaign. You have to campaign to win. And it's going to be difficult to police all of this. And that's all I'm basically saying. So my question to Supervisor Fox, do you see this legislation benefiting an independent candidate, a Republican candidate, more than a Democratic candidate? The mic.
Can you please recognize Ms. Fox? Mic, please.
Senator, I'm not going to respond about parties or candidates. The statement that we put on the record is we support no one on the job once the election process begins. So that's our position. So it doesn't matter the party or non-party.
I understand your answer, and you know I have the utmost respect for you, and I will not go back and forth. I will just leave it as that. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you may proceed with 5 minutes.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. And I've listened to the discussions this afternoon, and there is absolutely lots to contemplate around this measure. I think that we've discussed individuals running for Senate, but we have not considered individuals running for governor. And there are other boards here that individuals run for, as well as party affiliation that individuals run for. So basically, the measure that's before us was a move to make opportunities to individuals who would be good candidates, but not otherwise be able to run due to our current laws and restrictions. That's the bottom line. That's what's the impetus for this legislation. But there's a lot of information that came out here today. But I want to ask Supervisor Fox a question, and it's specifically related to her testimony where she said many states have restricted, I have it somewhere here in her testimony. How many states do you see have this type of restriction that we currently have in the Virgin Islands?
Well, I didn't check with a number to come here to present today, but I know of 2, Nebraska, Pennsylvania, Guam. I was going to call Puerto Rico to see what they do. And that applies
Okay, so I've done a little research myself, and I found that there's about 5 states, and I didn't see Nebraska, so I will have to look for that one. I saw Texas, Arizona, Florida, Georgia, and Hawaii that has the resign to run laws. And I also saw that in Puerto Rico, heads of departments and agencies are required to resign to run for public office. So that's something we also have to consider in all of this conversation that we're having today. Now, trying to keep up with all my paper. One of my colleagues spoke specifically about the Hatch Act, and I want to make sure that I put on the record that the Hatch Act has two types of employees, the less restricted and the restricted federal employees. And the less restricted employees can and may engage in partisan political management and campaigns. And they can be candidates for public office in nonpartisan elections. And, you know, we've had this conversation year in, year out about, so when I saw that, I was like, well, yeah, our elections are nonpartisan because we have removed the symbol from the ballot. But then it hit me square in my face that, well, we've removed it from the ballot and the government of the Virgin Islands still pays for a partisan election. So that throws us completely out of the water. So we can't even use the Hatch Act to make an argument for permitted or less restricted employees. So that presents a little problem for me. Although I am a sponsor of this legislation, I am also reasonable. And we have to utilize our reasonable minds as we work on these types of measures. Now, I also looked a little further, and the U.S. Constitution does not require office holders to resign from another office in order to run for an office like Congress. So there's a lot that we have to contemplate. So I don't necessarily have.
Proceed.
I missed that.
Proceed.
I don't. Yes, sorry. So I don't necessarily have any deep questions to ask of the individuals. I think that the one thing that I need to focus on is minority female senator from St. Thomas made reference to Act 6488. And I think that we need to ask our legal counsel. So through the chair to legal counsel, I know that we made changes to the law as it currently is. And my question is, do we still have the Act, does Act 6488 still is still in play here, is still law here in the Virgin Islands, and how does it conflict with our current law? So we cannot ignore the comment that our minority senator from St. Thomas made. We need to flesh it out to understand exactly what is actually on the books of our legislature, on the laws of the Virgin Islands, rather. So through the chair, can we get our legal counsel to flesh that out for us, please?
Through the chair to legal counsel.
Thank you. Attorney Holly Fulkerson, Assistant Legal Counsel. So I looked a little bit at Act 6488. I would need a little bit of time to look at that to come up with an answer.
And that's fair, Madam Chair, that's fair. So I will allow the legal counsel to look at that and come back with us, to us with exactly if there is conflicting legislation on our books right now. I think my time has been called, so I'm going to wrap up. I've heard all the discussions about what, and there's some information in the amendments that I don't necessarily agree with. One of my colleagues spoke about the sick leave. That is not something that we could utilize for leave for this particular purpose. So we have to be mindful of those things. So I'm going to say, because you have to be brave and stand up on your decisions, that as I listen to the conversations this afternoon, there is much to contemplate and there's much more work that we have to consider as we look at this legislation. So we have to look at the Hatch Act, we have to look at our current laws, and we have to look at how we manage our government agencies in particular within the territory. And we also need to, because a lot of times we kind of focus on what's in front of our face. So we're probably thinking that, we're talking about the Senate, but you also, folks running for Senate in particular, but you also have folks who will be running for governor. Give those considerations. So there's a lot for us to contemplate as we contemplate this measure. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Points of information, Senator Francis Heiliger, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues and testifiers. I just want to reiterate what I said in reference to Act 6488. Yes, that act did change the law that opened the doorway for all employees to stay on the job and run for office. But subsequently, after that election, the legislature, after seeing how it worked out, after it was taken to court and the ruling from the judge, and after even one of the senators who was ultimately elected during that time and still took a leave of absence because in his thought process, he could not stay on leave, stay at the work and still campaign at the same time. He still took a leave of absence. The legislature changed the law back to what it currently is right now that we are attempting to change again. That is what's happening. So there's nothing really to look for because they actually changed it back to the original stance to where it is right now that they have to take a leave of absence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You can start my time. So I wanted to ask the Director of Division of Personnel, because you know, they say who feels it knows it. I've been in the position where I had to run, of course, to be in this seat. And I agree with my colleague, Javon James. This requires financial planning. You just don't get up one day and say, I'm gonna run. You have to have a financial plan in place. 2, if you are a government employee and you want to run for office and you only have 60 hours of annual leave, you have to determine if I could run or not. Do I have a large savings to live off of for the next 7, 8 months? These are the questions that we have to ask ourselves when we are running for office, whether it be governor or Senate. So I'm going to ask Director Richardson. One of my colleagues even in the amendment spoke of sick leave. I'm going to ask about annual leave. And when I am talking about digesting this legislation, what about donating, having employees donate annual leave? Now, before I know each candidate, there's an allowable amount. $1,000 for the Senate, I think $1,500 for the governor, or $1,200, I can't remember. But this annual leave has a dollar amount to it. So is it possible that donated leave can be donated up to, say, $1,000 of annual leave? It's just a thought. If the possibilities, as we are here thinking about options or solutions for government employees who would want to run for office, do you think that is a viable solution that we can probably approach?
3
Donated
minutes.
annual leave. Ms. Richardson.
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. I'm going to have to say no, based on the policy surrounding donated leave, which I believe is Section 583B. You of Title 3, 583. You would not be able to donate your annual leave for this purpose.
I understand that, but I'm asking if legislation, if we were to amend this legislation, would the Division of Personnel say, yes, after this is amended, that you can't use sick leave, because one of my colleagues said that you would be lying, you would have to go to a doctor to get this. So would someone of the value of $1,000, because that's a dollar amount. I see Ms. Hassel is here shaking her head. I'm here trying to think of how government employees who are allowed to use their annual leave, I think that's a sweet deal to use your annual leave, but if you don't have any leave, then you'll be on leave without pay. So Division of Personnel. So if we were to amend that legislation, that individuals, it's just like you giving me a financial contribution through annual leave. It's a dollar amount. It has a value.
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. I'm going to have to just plain out say no. It's based on a catastrophic event in which individuals go onto that program. I, on a daily basis, review donated leave applications, and I see what comes in. I do not see this as an event. I do have to agree with the senators as far as planning out, if this is your intent. When we reviewed the amendments, it was really to open up for that competition, to give them that availability to run. So if that's something you want to do, you do have to plan for it. We just did not want it to make it so hard on the government employees if in fact they wanted to go this route.
Thank you. I totally understand. I understand this legislation. I understand the need for election reform. There's some suggestions from the Board of Elections. I understand some of those suggestions, but I'm going to say that individuals who aspire to run for public office plan, because accountability is very important.
Time.
Also. And if individuals have jobs that work in the field, how are your supervisors going to be making sure that you don't do campaign work while you're out in the field? That's some serious, looking after supervising individuals who I'm going to go out in the field with this person all the time. So there's a lot of things to consider when we're thinking about this legislation, and they always say be careful for what you ask for. Colleagues, we can have a second round. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. It's been a long day, Senator Maurice James, so forgive me. I've been trying to rush a few things here and forgetting things. Senator Maurice James, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Believe me, I understand. I totally understand. I want to start first by saying that, I want to point out to my colleagues, and I'm going to start actually by asking the Supervisor of Elections, because she and I both served in the military. You were an AGR soldier, and I was an AGR soldier, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
And there were military federal technicians who were not soldiers like we were, because we were active duty, meaning we were 24/7, correct?
Yes, Senator.
So they were military technicians. Did the same rules for campaigning apply to both groups? Do you remember?
I know it applied to me. I think it was the same because you're getting federal funds.
No, it wasn't the same.
I know what applied to me, yes.
It wasn't, it wasn't. What I'm saying is, if you were a technician, a federal technician, wearing the same uniform, most people in the community wouldn't know that there was a difference between the AGR soldier and the federal technician. But the same campaign rules did not apply to those two groups. The reason I'm pointing that out is that I too, of course, as the sponsor of the bill, got the letter from the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands, and I noticed that my colleagues are talking Hatch Act and federal and federal and federal, so I want to point out some things to them. First of all, I raised the point of the military because if there are internal rules within an organization regarding campaigning, the employee who is employed by that organization knows that their employment is subject to the rules. So for example,
3 minutes.
The second paragraph of the letter is correct. The judges would be subject to the Code of Judicial Conduct. The paragraph that speaks to judicial employees, it would apply to those employees. But when it comes to the paragraph that talks about the court staff, and my young colleague over on the other side was very astute in pointing out that the branches are equal and the government employees in each branch should be protected constitutionally. And so I want to point out to my colleagues, if you have some time, this is a federal judiciary. There was a court in Washington, D.C., Maryland, and it said federal judiciary cannot stop support staff from political activity because those people, those staff members, do not, and I'm going to read an excerpt from it, where it speaks to the fact that those employees are different from the judges. They're different from people who are involved in judicial decisions. The court found that such rules cannot apply to administrators who play no role in judicial rulings or decisions. So this letter here, where the Supreme Court Justice is pointing out, I agree with the first 3 paragraphs, but when it comes to paragraph 4, it is more restrictive than the federal judiciary. And the federal judiciary is saying that you cannot,
1 minute,
you cannot be both, you can be both an active private citizen and a public servant. Federal employees may attend political fundraising functions. They may attend political rallies and meetings. They may circulate nominating petitions. They may volunteer to work on a partisan political campaign. And for those of you who want to do some more research, you will see a ruling by the MPSB that says federal employees can now concurrently hold partisan elected office. So those of you who want to talk Hatch Act and federal and judiciary, I would ask you to do some research on what's been happening in the United States of America since you're using the federal government as the reason for why this bill it should not be passed, maybe, or even considered is the word. Thank you. I want to wrap up. May I, Madam Chair, I just want to say just one.
Yes, you may.
Just one question to the supervisor of election. You said 60 days from August. If I go back, that would take me to June, which means that if I file my petition in May, if I'm a Democrat in a primary, I can only have 30 days of being on the job, actively working after I have filed my petition. Then I'm elected as a Democrat, and then August comes around, and I only have from August to September. So, quite frankly, being the sponsor of the bill, the 60 days, and I know the personnel did say that we should meet, and it didn't happen, so I need to let personnel know that. But the 60 days would defeat the purpose of the bill. But in the second round, I'm going to explore that a little further with you. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James, sponsor of this legislation. Senator Gittins, you wanted a point of information? You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yes, I was the one that pointed out the Hatch Act and simply saying that I support it, and I could see why the federal government has it in place. I'm not saying that that is what governs us as a territory, but I'm saying if we look outside and see what is working, then we could use it as a guide to protect us from ourselves. Now, while the bill sponsor just spoke to some court ruling of all that you can do, I was trying to locate in this same very bill where in one section it is saying, or before I go there, I must say that in all the things that she said that the court says that you can do, as a federal employee, it didn't say that you can run for political office. That's for sure. But this measure is telling you, if it were to be passed, that you can run for political office. And something else that was stated, that the internal rules do not trump societal laws. Internal rules are internal rules for a guide. The laws are in place that has more teeth to it. So rules don't trump laws. And there's somewhere in this bill that I'm looking for where in one aspect it's telling you that you will be able or be allowed to run for political office while still a government employee, and further down somewhere it's stating that you're unable to be a political campaign manager, etc. So how am I allowed to run for political office but can't be an active part of a political campaign? So I will find it, and in the second round, I will have that discussion. Thank you.
Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
I just want to point out to my colleague that I was not saying that the court was ruling on any of what I talked about. I was referring to the paragraph on page 2 of the letter that we received, and I was saying that the judicial branch here was more restrictive, and that in fact the federal judiciary in a court case held that you could not restrict employees to the extent that I'm seeing in that paragraph. All what I cited had to do with the federal technicians and the federal and the AGR soldiers. I probably was not as clear as I should have been, so I apologize for that.
Senator Bolkes, we are doing a second round, but before I get to Senator Bolkes, legal counsel, through the chair to legal counsel to answer Senator Donna Fred Gregory's question.
Thank you, Senator. Attorney Holly Fulkerson, Assistant Legal Counsel to Senator Fred Gregory through the chair. So Senator Francis Heiliger is correct. In 2001, Act 6488 took that language out. And then in 2003, Act 6634 added the language back in that is the current Title 18, Section 2.
Thank you. At this time, we'll take a quick recess. Committee stands in recess. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Colleagues, motion, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0032 be held in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further amendments and be called at the call of the chair. I so move.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Maurice James, seconded by Senator Potter and Senator Gittins. May I have a roll call?
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr. Senator Angel L. Borges Jr.
Yay.
Senator Borges Jr. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yay.
Senator Capehart yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Bill number 35-0032, an act repealing and reenacting Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 2, related to government employees' eligibility for elected office to allow government employees to run for political office while actively employed unless specifically prohibited by the federal or other laws, has been held in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary until the call of the chair. Colleagues, this concludes the end of Block 4. Testifiers that are before us today, I would allow you to conclude and say some words before the committee today. Ms. Fox, if you may proceed.
Again, good evening, Chairwoman and members of the 35th Legislature. My plea remains the same. We have a lot of sections of Title 18 that needs to be heard by this body to be addressed before the elections in 2024. And we think we have time, but December is when the calendar is published. Secondly, the 6th Constitutional Convention bill needs to be finalized, passed, and submitted so that we can begin that process. And I will end with, I know we had an important discussion today, lessons learned, but voting is your right. Candidacy is a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. I will go to St. Thomas. Director Cindy Richardson, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Just Bring It. I'll provide the closing for both of us. I'd like to thank this body for giving us the opportunity to testify on this bill.
Thank you. I would like to say thank you to the testifiers today, along with the committee members, non-committee members, support staff, the media, central staff, to my staff, legislative reporters, Sergeant of Arms, for your assistance. I would like to thank everyone today for your support. It has been a very interesting day. Legal counsel, how can I forget you, Holly? Holly, you're the best. I know you've been put in some hot water today. But we appreciate you. And I just want to say thank you all. Thank you, committee members, non-committee members. There being no further business to come before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is hereby adjourned.